that any matters relating to a deal are speculation.
Weeks after former FBI Director James Comey was indicted, charged with threatening President Trump with an Instagram post showing seashells and a provocative formation on a beach. That same formation's been burned onto a lawn in the Washington Mall.
The giant numbers, 86, which is slang to get rid of, and 47, a clear reference to President Trump, who's, of course, the 45th and 47th president. U.S. Park Police are investigating this vandalism. They're taking grass samples. The Department of Interior says those responsible will be held accountable. Here's what the White House says about it. Anyone who engages in or endorses political violence or assassination culture must be condemned in the harshest terms possible.
Fox's Tug Los said that vandalism is near where a fighting cage is in place for Sunday's UFC event at the White House on President Trump's 80th birthday. Soccer's World Cup is underway. Mexico beat South Africa in the first match. Then last night, South Korea topped Czechia. Today, Team USA plays its opener against Paraguay. America's listening to Fox News.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-809-7171. That's 800-809-7171.
If you want unlimited talk, text, and data on a crazy fast network, Big Wireless will sell it to you right now for as little as $70 a month. Or you can buy it from Pure Talk for half of that. I'm talking about unlimited talk, text, and unlimited data for just $34.99 a month. Stop paying the big guys twice what you need to. Dial pound 250, say my name. That's pound 250 micro to switch to Pure Talk, where the savings are truly unlimited.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. This hour is presented by Subaru of Gwinnett. You'll love the difference. The Morning Extra, only on Extra 106.3.
Morning, y'all. We made it to Friday. Thank God it's Friday. I love it. This is the greatest day ever of all time, this Friday. Greatest day of all time. I'm going to declare it. I feel like we need T-shirts made or something.
I feel like if you've proclaimed it, then it is so.
Dude, once you've stated it. Now, if you ever make the mistake of writing it down, that's when it really becomes real. Not texting it, not typing it. When you physically write it down, that's when it becomes real.
But when you writ it down, you remember it better.
That's right. Absolutely right.
It's a good chance that you can establish this is the day.
This is the greatest day. There we go. Done.
And it doesn't really need to be for any reason in particular.
No, it's just Friday. It's freaking Friday. What more do you want? It's Friday.
What more do you need?
Well, there's nothing.
Come on now.
Front office Los, there's nothing I need more than a Friday. The only thing that would make it, and even, I mean, it's already the greatest day, but the only thing that would make it maybe a little bit better is if we were to annex it into the weekend. That. If I ever run for office, that's my platform. The 4 and 3 plan. Annex either Friday. I mean, I'm willing to listen to the pros and cons, the goods and bads. Annexing Friday into the weekend and/or keeping Friday and then annexing Monday. Doesn't matter to me which one we do. We got to do one.
We're going to need some help from AI, I assume. We're going to need to make sure we increase our production over the 4-day span to make up for the loss of the 5th day.
Yeah.
And if you get that, well, then, you're pretty good, probably.
There's a company that does indoor shutters over in Woodstock, and they do 4 10-hour days. Every Friday is off for that company. And they said their productivity since doing that has shot through the roof because everybody gets a 3-day weekend every weekend.
My wife's company does summer hours.
Okay.
So on Fridays, they're done at like 2 o'clock. So for years when that would go on, that meant like how quickly can we get to the pool? Mm-hmm. Which I would love to work in again, but we'll see. We got the dog grooming. That's the one thing on the radar. So I got to get the dog to the groomer.
Yep.
And then I got to see about maybe we can get some pool time in.
Castleberry Shutters. That's the company that they used to advertise here.
Oh, yeah. No, I remember them.
Great organization, great guys. Do you ever have challenges with the dog at the groomer? Because I told you we did.
I feel bad for you.
Yeah, we had to change it up. We had to buy our own clippers, which I'll tell you has actually worked out. I mean, because it's usually about $100 to take our dog to get him, clipped and shaved and nails, clipped and that sort of stuff. But he always bit the groomer, and he got turned in. She's the nicest. She's the nicest little lady. She's so sweet, and she would just tell us he don't like his paw touch, and so
he keeps biting.
Yeah, right. And before we moved over to that, he had already been another one over in Milton, and so we tried to just move because they reported him to the county.
Yeah, they're supposed to if they have an incident.
Yeah, and they called us on the phone. It was like, you need to come get your dog. He has bit one of our groomers and broke the skin. And I was like, oh, okay, I'm on my way.
If you have another incident,
yeah, absolutely.
The county can put your dog down.
They'll come. They say they'll put your dog down. I was like, Laura, we cannot take him back. She was like, well, let's try this other one over in Johns Creek. Let's see if we can skirt the system a little bit. And we did that for a little while. Again, the very sweet lady that I'm talking about told us again, and like his paws touched, and that he snapped at her a couple times, and so.
Isn't there like a Hannibal Lecter mask or something they can put on the dog?
I thought so too. Yeah, yes, a muzzle. Something.
Yeah, a muzzle.
Yes. So it did apparently
it works on me.
Right, absolutely.
I don't like my paws touched.
That's exactly right. Let me tell you. And he don't. He's never like he snapped at me before. And he's not aggressive at all. Like zero, unless you mess with his paws, and he does not like his paws touched for whatever reason. And so we had to buy our own clipper set. And look, we're awful at this. He looks like a dog that came out of a shelter that had no supervision. You know what I mean? Dude, his nails are all ratty.
He's not even taken care of.
No, dude. His because he's a schnauzer dog, so he's got the little eyebrows. Dude, they're all jagged, and one's up, and it's terrible, dude. Our dog looks like it's abused. His haircut's so bad. But we paid $100 for the little kit, and it's usually $100 to go, and we've done it 5 times now. So we've more than, saved our money in just doing it ourselves. But he looks homeless.
That's the trade-off.
Dude, he looks awful.
At least the county doesn't call to come get your dog.
No, that's right. They're not going to put him down.
Right.
He looks terrible, but he's not. He's well loved.
But he's happy.
He's well fed. He's happy. And but his haircut, God almighty, dude, it's terrible.
I only get when my dog comes back in the house, like all the girls in the house have to rate basically how she looks.
Yeah.
And most recently it's gone well. There was a couple times where it didn't. Where she looked very poodleish, and that was not something my wife's like. She's got a poof on the top of her head. I was like, hey, it kind of looks cool.
Yeah, they didn't think so.
Yeah, in fact, I think the term that the dog community uses is "don't poodle my doodle."
Yeah, I've heard that before.
Some sort of doodle. Yeah,
because our friends have a doodle as well. The last time before we just bought our own kit, we took a recommendation from a friend and did the mobile groomer, so they come out to your house.
Oh, sure.
And it was only like $10 more.
Bite them too?
Well, yes. And she, she's in this food truck looking thing.
I've seen them.
Yeah.
It's a cool setup.
Yeah, no, it's great. So she texts me and she's like, he is not cooperating. And I was like, well, do you want me to come out there and help you? Do you want to just cancel this? What do you want? No, I'll handle it. Okay.
What does that mean?
Well, let me tell you what it means. She shaved that dog down because we told her like just leave the schnauzer cut on his face, everything else take it down and make it easy. Just because he was so uncooperative. I don't know if she just as she's shaving him, he moves and the beard was gone, and then it got worse. The eyebrows were gone. Dude, his whiskers were gone. Everything. He was shaved down completely, and he was so hurt. He knew.
He knew he'd lost all of his talent.
Well, because they use their whiskers for distances and all. And dude, he was just running in the walls. I mean, it was terrible. And it was not like hard or anything, but it was like his balance was off.
Right. It's there. It's been given to them by nature in order to help them.
Yeah. And he didn't have them. And it showed. I'm telling you. He got caught in the door one day. It was awful, dude. And I was so shocked. And this woman, she just handed him to me and, stuck out.
Drove away.
Yeah.
Just threw your change at you.
Yes. She was so pissed. And I was so shocked because it didn't even look like my dog. It didn't even look like him. Because when you shave because they have small faces anyway, and what their beard makes them look,
more prominent.
Yeah, well, but their specs are off when it just doesn't look right. And so anyway, she just shoved out the thing because you just tap your car, and then, dude, she backed out and came out of our driveway on 2 wheels. She was so mad, and I was furious. I even left her a good tip because Laura's like, you better not have left her. First time my wife's ever said, you better not have left a tip. You don't mess with her dog. But I was like, Laura, I'm sorry, I left her a good tip. Because I was so completely shocked. I thought it was a different dog or a muskrat. I wasn't sure which one it was. It was the craziest thing. So now that's why he has a horrible haircut.
Well, now I understand why y'all handle it from here on out.
Dude, it's like chaos at our house anytime he needs his
So dog grooming, that's Friday afternoon.
Yeah, that'll be for you, and hopefully it goes much smoother.
I believe so. She tends to handle it well.
There's no way I don't think I can play this from my phone. Speaking of animals, we were standing out on the back deck after dinner last night, just hanging. My son's girlfriend came up from St. Augustine, and we're going to go, all of us are going to go to the Braves Country Fest tomorrow, and should be real fun. But we're standing out there and we hear this just horrible screech. I couldn't tell what it was. We literally we recorded it and asked ChatGPT what it was. And it said there's a possum defending its territory near your home. That's what ChatGPT. And dude, it was loud and it sounded sinister. It sounded like something out of a horror movie.
That's fine. You know what the protector of the ticks are.
Yeah, I didn't want to hurt it.
The mighty possum.
But because when you start reading about it, it said a lot of times if they get in your house, they'll do that. And I was like, oh, God.
And we don't need that.
We don't need that. And we've had squirrels. We had a bad time with squirrels. We had at one time, not 10 at one time, but multiples and 10 total over a couple month period before we figured out where they were getting in and had it all fixed. And one of the exterminator companies came out. Anyway, so I was terrified. I was like, oh, God. There's a difference in catching a possum and a squirrel. The squirrel traps are one thing. So finally, I got down, and it was, 9:30, 10 o'clock, somewhere in there. We're just up a little late, just hanging out and talking. And we hear this noise as we're out there, and man, so I was like, I've got to figure out what this is because I don't want this to be in the house. I don't want this possum to be in the house. This is terrible. And finally, I got between our house and our neighbor's house and down the holler up and I couldn't tell where, but it was up in the trees. You could just tell where it was coming from. Dude, it is the loudest, craziest sound. At some point, maybe I'll send it to Jeff and we can talk about it later just because of how insanely terrifying this sound is. It sounds like some that they would make up in a Hollywood script.
Well, it's good to have them on the campus.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely. Get rid of all the ticks.
Because you don't have chickens.
Yeah.
Instead, you have the mighty possum.
That's right. And they're ugly.
Yeah.
God, but
they
great.
serve a purpose. And
they hiss. If you've ever been around them, they hiss a lot if you get too close to them. But they do serve a purpose. And my mama used to have one as a pet for a while. It's been a long time ago, but she did. She'd feed that thing. And dude, I was like, you're ruining this possum. This possum is not going to be able to.
It's not going to function out in the world anymore.
Yeah, right. He's going to be coming to your back deck.
It's used to kibble.
That's right. And Purine and things. Anyway, are you going to watch any of the World Cup today?
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock. Team USA. Who's it? Paraguay?
Casual. Yeah,
I know. That's right. I'm less than casual. What's below casual? Like, what is a step below that? Because that's what
Well, I think that's supposed to be the term to point out that you're less than what. But that's fine.
But I'm less than that.
It's fine.
Yeah.
You get to join in the World Cup. And again, I'm not some giant. Again, I do love Welcome to Wrexham. And I do enjoy me some soccer when it's like big stage soccer, like this sort of soccer, like Olympic soccer. But it's fun to take part in it like once every 4 years.
Yeah.
Get into it, watch it, get out somewhere, enjoy it, and then you put it away for 4 years.
Yeah, we did when
It's like figure skating.
Yeah, Laura can watch that all the time though. I mean, she watches the.
Oh, I'll never watch it until we get to that point. I'm like, all right, I'm in.
And I'm in. Yeah, me too. Same way. Like sometimes she'll be watching like the international figure skating stuff, the stuff that the qualifiers or whatever. Like she gets into that. And I'll come into the living room and see that it's on and just kind of veer back off and keep going. Just keep going so I don't have to stop.
It looks like she's watching Disney on Ice.
Yeah,
all
exactly.
Right.
I'm out. See you later. It's not 4 years. I can't do it right now.
Yeah, I'm not watching any European soccer on a regular basis, but we're at World Cup. I'm going to watch the World Cup.
No, it'll be great. It'll be great.
And a word to everyone.
Yep.
Because it is so expensive to attend, it is not a representation of what is out there in the country. Like, for instance, yesterday afternoon, the cameras were really focused on two very gifted women for Mexico in the crowd.
I see.
And in my mind, I'm going, that's because they very rich.
Yeah, and can afford to be a little bit like the Super Bowl, I would imagine.
A lot like that.
Yeah, because it's so corporate.
Right.
Like fans are not actually there.
Not really.
No,
unless you got the money to be there.
Yeah, very few are actually there. Yeah, I'm interested in the where might I find those talented fans?
Oh, let's see.
Let's see who they were talking about. I'm sure there were doctors or lawyers or something. You know, had to be. Oh, no, they're not. No, I doubt they're. Good Lord.
She's
spilling
out of the
out.
top.
She is spilling out everywhere.
That's after they scored.
Oh, well, yeah, I guess. They scored or the team scored?
Well,
it could have gone either way with that.
Yeah. That's what you had making its way around social media and the TV.
Where was that game played?
That was actually in Mexico City.
Oh, okay, got it. Yeah, good heavens. Well, there you go. How about that?
So just be ready when you watch tonight.
I don't know if I'm ready for that. Dude, I mean, wow. Can you imagine that's on the TV as your wife walks in?
For those of you that don't have the video option, they were very large-chested and falling out of their
and very
of their attire.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, it was very loose attire. For sure, and they realized it and were trying to stay in, but it didn't work.
They were beating the attire.
That's right. They were not losing. Their team wasn't losing, and they were not losing. That's exactly. Braves got postponed yesterday. That stinks.
Yep, August 20th makeup date. Hopefully you don't need it, but that's just what it is.
Yeah, absolutely. And then they start a new series tonight.
Yep, with the Mets in New York.
Yes, I would like to see the New York Mets lose. I would like to see the New York Knicks lose. So
need something to happen on Saturday for me.
Yeah. But if we can just get any of the New York teams losing, I'm a fan of that.
As bad as 3-1 feels, the people that I talked to yesterday who were Knicks fans were like, "Oh no, we're going 7." I was like, "Really?" And they're like, "Yeah." It's like, we've been fortunate. We're going 7.
I dreamed last night. I'm not kidding about this. I dreamed last night that they had already tied it up. I physically had a dream last night. Like this morning, I woke up, was looking for the score. And I was like, oh, wait, they didn't play yet.
Got to handle business Saturday, and then you have to win a Game 6 on the road, which you've already shown you can win there.
Yeah, there you go.
As far as the Spurs, so we'll see.
All right, well, let's talk about...
And Burt Jones coming up 8 o'clock hour.
And SpaceX goes public today.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, if you were
it's a big day today.
Yeah, man, that is huge. I wonder what that number looks like, or because I don't buy individual stocks. I mean, the 401k and IRA, whatever, just normal retirement stuff. But
$135 a share is what it's going to be for the IPO.
Okay, and
IPO is an initial public offering.
Yeah. I wonder, do you know what it was for Tesla? Because I bet that has already doubled or tripled or quadrupled. Just my guess. I don't know that for sure, but that's my guess. And it makes me think that 135 at SpaceX will be the exact same way, and it won't take too long.
The one that my dad to this day always reminds me of is Facebook when they had their IPO, because he bought it, and I told him I was like, Dad, you do know that most IPOs, you'll have the number, it drops well under the number, and then maybe it might build back.
Or you hope it rebounds.
Not with Facebook. That thing just exploded.
Yeah, I expect that.
$17 a share was the IPO that took place on June 29th, 2010 for Tesla.
I wonder what that is today. Does it say on there? I bet it's a bunch. I know, I'm just asking all these random questions. But I just have a gut feeling that it'll be much like Facebook.
$3.99.
Yeah. So, yeah. Giant leap. Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. The left has lost that faux moral high ground that they have. We'll get that in headlines next. 6 o'clock hour brought to you by Subaru of Gwinnett.
Fighting the communists with truth every day on the only conservative news and talk station in Atlanta. Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
You know what you get back when you call the Trusted Toolbox? You get your time back, you get your family back, and you get your house back. No more spending weekends fixing loose doors, drywall cracks, or that list that never ends. With our handyman for a day, one skilled professional shows up, knocks out multiple repairs in one visit. Everything from drywall to ceiling fans changed out, painting, trim work, and so much more. Stop working on your house every weekend. Call the Trusted Toolbox, get your time back, and get it done right the first time. Book your appointment today at thetrustedtoolbox.com.
Opioids can start as a prescription for pain, but misuse can happen quickly, and addiction doesn't discriminate. It can affect anyone. Take medications only as prescribed. Never share them and store and dispose of them safely. If you or someone you love is struggling, help is available. Call or text 988 for the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. Prevention starts with awareness. Learn more at GeorgiaOpioidHelp.org. Sponsored by the Georgia Opioid Crisis Abatement Trust.
Hey there, it's Tara, owner and publisher of Our Town Monthly, where you'll find local voices, familiar faces, and community businesses like Whole Body Systems. And I've actually had many of you ask me about it, so I became a client.
Hi there, I'm Kim, Studio Director of Whole Body Systems in Smyrna. We are thrilled to partner with Tara and give you the inside look at how we help you age powerfully. We understand you don't need another crash diet, you need strength that lasts. We specialize in women and men who feel intimidated or overlooked by traditional gyms. Strength training is especially critical in women during perimenopause and beyond. Things that used to work just aren't anymore. Doesn't mean your body's broken, you just need a new strategy. Everyone is welcome. The process is personalized for everyone.
Friends, I invite all of you to follow my journey in Our Town. Better yet, you should book a free consultation. And remember, Our Town is your town at Our Town Monthly.
If you like Brian Kemp, you're going to love Rick Jackson.
Rick Jackson's been a good supporter of mine. He's got a great story, and I've kind of felt like for really 2 years now that race is right for political outsiders, especially somebody that could self-fund.
Rick Jackson, a conservative outsider who will make Georgia proud, just like Brian Kemp.
I'm Rick Jackson. Brian Kemp wins big for Georgia. Record jobs, teacher pay raises, and when Hollywood liberals tried to boycott Georgia, Kemp never backed down.
The conservative outsider, just like Kemp.
As governor, I'll slash property taxes and lead America in job creation. I'm Rick Jackson. Like Governor Kemp, I'll fight for Georgia and win big, because that's what I've done my whole life.
Rick Jackson's been a good supporter of mine. He's got a great story.
Rick Jackson for Georgia. Paid for by Jackson for Governor Inc.
Start your day with Tug and Los on the Morning Extra.
You had a man in Ken Kerr who was trying to discuss why they had to have tampons available to them in the restroom.
Yeah. Those tampons at NFL stadiums and MLB stadiums, they're going to get used for not what they're meant to be used for. I can guarantee you that.
You're probably right. I can only imagine. Can you imagine walking into Truist and you walk in the men's room and you see that? You'd be like, dude, what is...
I'm taking a couple. It gives me something to fiddle with during the game.
Bryce has lost his mind over there, Los.
Just wanted to bring this along with me. Bryce decided to stick it in his purse just in case.
That's right. His man bag. It'll be his new fidget spinner.
That's very strange.
The Morning Extra, 6 to 10 a.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app. The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your Georgia headlines. In Atlanta, 2 out-of-state activists, Katie Cloth of Colorado and Tyler Norman of Wisconsin, now face federal arson charges. A grand jury said they used fire and explosives to damage construction equipment at the Atlanta Public Safety Training Center, trying to intimidate workers. Prosecutors say violent protests will not be tolerated. A man in Rockdale County narrowly escaped death when his Range Rover caught fire on I-20. Gabe Lustman says flames suddenly erupted with no warning. He jumped through the blaze just before the SUV exploded in a massive fireball. A truck driver in Atlanta who was trapped under his rig after a terrifying crash is sharing his remarkable recovery. Paris Thompson said 2 brave bystanders rushed in, jacked up the truck, and pulled him to safety just in time. Now, back on the road to recovery, he's thanking the everyday heroes who saved his life. Today's weather, expect a hot and humid day near 93. Mostly sunny skies with a stray afternoon thunderstorm possible. Tonight, partly cloudy, lows around 74. Tug and Los until 10 on Xtra 1063. I've got Bo Cephas tickets to give away. If you want to go see Hank Jr., he's going to be at Ameris Bank Amphitheater in Alpharetta on June 27th. He's got Sammy Kershaw with him, and if you want to go, caller number 5 at 404-741-1230. 404-741-1230. Bo Cephas tickets. And let me tell you, these are the tickets that no one has failed to pick up yet. Usually, there's a pair of tickets that gets left. Like, people will not come and pick up a pair of Braves tickets or whatever. They won't come up and pick up, I don't know, a $100 gift card to a restaurant, which seems insane to me, especially if it's just quick drive over, pick it up, and you got a $100 gift card. Why would you? But occasionally, it happens, Los.
Every Friday, we get an email, and typically it's like 3:30, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, near the end of the work week. And it's always, here's what hasn't been picked up. Who wants this?
Yeah. Do you want it? I mean, it's going to go to waste otherwise, you know?
Yep.
And you know, somebody will say, hey, man, I can go or whatever.
It doesn't happen with Bo Cephas tickets.
Never happens with Hank Williams Jr. tickets. So, so good for y'all for being good fans. And I know going to see Bo Cephas is great. He's an artist that I listen to on the regular at home when I'm putting on music. So go sing Family Tradition and, Born to Boogie, you know, Country State of Mind, whichever one, whatever you dig, Dinosaur, all of it's good. It'll be a fun concert and take somebody you love with you. Tug and Los till 10. This is Xtra 1063. You know, for years and years, Los, it was always, we have the moral high ground. That's what the left said. That's what the Democrats always talked about, their moral high ground. And I was like, what do you mean? Moral high ground? What are you talking about? Y'all hate God. You know, where do your morals derive from?
I like that. What?
Yeah, just none of it made sense. And this was before even, you know, this is coming up as a kid. I remember even thinking, I can't say that I was super politically active, but I paid attention. You know, and it was funny that my mama was a Southern Democrat, you know, just kind of Dixiecrat, blue-collar worker kind of voter. And my dad was a Reagan Republican. So I had a little bit of both in the house. But I do remember thinking that. And I would never engage Mom in politics. And she's moved on now. She realizes that she's not a Democrat because they've become socialist communists. Mm-hmm. But it took her a while to do that. And I would engage. I talked to my daddy about it, and God rest his soul, he put me on the right path, I do believe. And I want you to go back to yesterday. Remember that committee that found Graham Plattner? They said they wanted a real human, not one that was created in a vat. That was part of the discussion. That's part of the
that was the selling point.
They wanted a real person. They said the baggage didn't prevent him from running.
How difficult is it, Tug? If I wanted, let's do it this way. If you and I were tasked with, hey, find a dude that can host a radio show and won't embarrass us, it's not going to be hard. We'll be like, all right, we know this person, this is what it's going to be. To think that the Democrats have such a difficult time finding a dude. Okay?
Yeah.
Like that's the way I would put it. Just a dude,
yeah.
Just somebody that you're like, all right, I know what that guy's about. And
yeah.
You know what? Like, his politics don't have to agree with mine, but is he a dude?
Yeah.
That's all you're trying to do. And you look over at the entirety of the Democrat roster, And the best they could give us in terms of when they were looking for a dude was Tim Walz.
Yeah, jazz hands and all. And, dude, as we've been saying, they've abandoned that faux moral high ground that they have. The ones they always claim to have. They've always said, you know, we're just, y'all are bigots, y'all are racist, but whatever. Crazy thing is they've gone from Me Too to a real human is one who isn't perfect and roughs up his girlfriend from time to time. That's
sure.
what that not created in a vat, not perfect, but roughs up his girlfriend once in a while. Shows up in the New York Times.
Allegedly.
Thank you, Los, for saving my tail.
I mean, if you broke into his home, what would he do to you, Tug? Put those words out there.
He said he would rape me. Who says that to begin with? Whose response to anything you've ever been asked in your entire life is, I would rape them? And there's never a time to use that.
But not in what way?
Oh, not in a gay way, though. Yes, that's right.
Good. I just wanted to make sure that we had you on the record of being like, I would rape them, but not in a gay way.
Well, that's his quote.
It's more dominance. That's his quote.
That's his words. And it was never about protecting women or having morals at all, unless it was politically advantageous. That's what this is all about, dude. They've called Donald Trump a Nazi for a decade. And yet now they have the person that actually has the insignia.
It's so strange.
I've never seen anything like it.
They actually went out and found a real hardcore socialist. And let's face it, when it came to the era of Nazism, these people were hardcore socialists. This is crazy. I mean, they actually found themselves a real Nazi.
No, I know. But they've been projecting that title on conservatives, on Donald Trump, who's not even a super conservative. They've been projecting that on them and us for a decade. And yet the whole time it was them. Let that roll around in your head for a little while. They've been calling us and Donald Trump Nazis for 10 years. And then they went out and found the guy that actually said, yes, this is my Totenkopf tattoo. Yes. That's what it is. I know what it is. I didn't mistakenly get it. I got it because that's what I wanted. I did it on purpose. And that's what the girlfriends, the ones that he roughed up, that's what they've said. And it's gone from Me Too and believe all women to we're going to believe them when it's politically advantageous. That's when we'll believe the ladies.
Do you think they're ever going to try? Because once you've burned the bridge, and I believe the Me Too bridge is dead. I
burned it down.
Believe all women, that's over with. Do you think they're at any point ever going to try and get that back, Tug? Because I think the minute they do, I would be like, Graham Plattner.
Yeah. That's the answer to everything. And, dude, that's moving forward when they call you on anything. When they say, how could Donald Trump say and or do this, that, or the other thing? Graham Plattner is the reply. They have nowhere to go. There's nothing you can deflect from with Graham Plattner. He embodies everything they said they hated about us, which we never did anyway. It was them the whole time. And that's what communists do. They do and blame you for what they are actually doing.
Can I play this piece of audio? Because
yeah, man, for sure.
This is the part that cracks me up. Because when we have played audio of people talking about Graham Plattner, or we've gotten into a story, for instance, we had the story in Esquire that you had brought to the show, and it was talking about James Tallarico in Texas, how he was like, that's the man from modern times.
Yeah, yeah.
It was written by a guy who's married to another guy. I'm like, I'm sorry. Just what it comes right down to is that, can you identify what a real dude is? Because you're not one. And the Democrats have this clear problem of masculinity.
They hate it. That's the first thing.
They can't stand it. Yeah, they can't stand it. They have basically eliminated it from their party. And so whenever they're then trying to find a dude in order to run, this is the sort of stuff they end up with. So this ends up being LZ Granderson. Now, LZ, and this is what I keep bringing up. when the left starts talking about what a dude is, it has to come from a straight man or a woman, okay? It cannot come from a member of the community because it doesn't hit the same way. Take a listen. This is L.C. Granderson on CNN talking about Graham Plattner.
When I look at Graham Plattner, the first thing I think of, he looks like a dude. And he looks like someone who looks very different than many of the men who lead the Democratic Party. And I think that is an appealing aspect that Democrats need to talk about.
And maybe the flaws are part of that package.
No, you are correct, LZ, with that part. He looks like a dude. And when he first entered the race and he said, I'm an oyster farmer, I said, uh-oh, we got problems. Turns out he's not an oyster farmer. Turns out he's not a low-class guy. Went to Harvard. He's got a bunch of money. He isn't what he says he is. Now, this isn't a reframing about turning this to Susan Collins. Susan Collins is the Republican every Democrat wishes every Republican was.
No.
She can.
Yeah, but yes, that's exactly right.
L.C. Granderson has a child because he was previously with a woman. He's no longer with a woman. In fact, he has publicly pointed out he is a gay man. You can't say, like, well, he looks like a dude.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, on first. And then as soon as you start scratching away, you're like, not a dude.
Not a dude. Yeah. He's, and whoever rebutted that when he was like, uh-oh, we got problems, it was the same way early on with Tallarico. When they're like, this guy's quoting scripture and, we're in trouble. We could have a big problem in Texas. He's going to be able to reach out to evangelicals. He's going to reach out to Christian men and women and meet them where they are. And then you started hearing his twisting of the gospel, and you're like, oh wait. And then you realize that's not a guy's guy. That's not a dude. No. And so all of that facade fell away, and where I was a little bit like the commentator that was talking to LZ Granderson, I was nervous about it. And then as everything fell away and we figured out more and we learned more, I was like, oh, we're good. We got no problems. They don't know what a dude is because they despise dudes.
Yeah, they've run them out of the party. They have. Think about the era, and now we're talking 30 years ago, and so I get it. It's not supposed to be, it's nostalgic at this point. Bill Clinton was a dude who was from Arkansas, who had been a governor, who had some really big improprieties, sexual in nature, and typically illegal when it came to women. And all we looked at him as, that dude's a hound.
Yeah, and he was. And he was.
That doesn't exist in the Democrat Party any longer.
Yeah, he would. If he were running at today, he'd be a Republican. The crazy thing is, he would be. There's no way the Bill Clinton of the 90s would be allowed in the Democrat Party today. It wouldn't happen.
There is not one thing that has 2 legs and a heartbeat that Bill Clinton wouldn't try and stab.
Dude, when he walked in the room, the goldfish stopped swimming. He was like, I don't know about this. I got to make sure I save myself.
And I'll tell you, I've seen the pictures of all the women. Yes. The dude is an opportunist.
No question. Yeah. And that's not a good thing either. You know what I mean?
But that's more dude behavior than anything that goes on the left.
It at least matches like locker room talk.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, yeah, they have no idea, dude. They have no idea. And don't care to have an idea. It's not what they want anyway.
I mean, Graham Plattner, how strange is it that the one thing they sold it as was like, well, he's an oyster harvester. He has one person that purchases oysters from him.
And that's his mama.
And it's mama.
Dude, which, look, I can't be mad that he's, working with his mama, right? I can't be mad about that part. But you sold me as he is a hard-working guy that is just out there trying to earn $1 for his family. And that's not at all what he's doing. He freaking grew up and with a silver spoon, and it's not what it appears to be. And now that the sheen is off of it, they can't repackage it. It's dead in the water, man. It is done for. Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3. Download the app so you can listen live and on demand. When we come back, the leftist communist plan to bring down America from 1963 is still being used in 2026. Next on the Morning Extra.
Extra 106.3 Sports, powered by 680 The Fan.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Friday, June 12th. The Atlanta Braves had the final game of their series with the Chicago White Sox rained out last night. A makeup date has been scheduled for August 20th. The team now moves on to New York for a series with the Mets. It'll be Spencer Strider on the mound. He'll be opposed by Nolan McLean. First pitch is set for 7:15 tonight. You can hear all the game action on our sister station, 680 The Fan, and for free on the Fan app. The World Cup for the U.S. men's national team begins tonight from SoFi Stadium in California as they take on Paraguay to open up group play. That match kicks off at 9 o'clock. The Carolina Hurricanes are now one game away from winning the Stanley Cup Finals. They beat the Vegas Golden Knights 4-2 last night. Game 6 is set for Sunday night. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Hey, it's Tug. I have told you many, many times about central heating and air conditioning. Let me just remind you of the reason that you should be supporting them and letting them take care of your home. You support them because they're a great small business. And let them take care of your home. That way, when it gets up to, I don't know, the low 90s like today, that your house stays comfortable. It's not all muggy on the inside. It's not hot on the inside. Man, if you want that, just walk outside. How do you get your house that way? You work with Central. They can provide maintenance agreements. They'll come out a couple times a year and do a quick tune-up. No different than you tune up your car. You tune up your HVAC. So it works when it's hot and it works when it's cold, and you don't have to suffer with being uncomfortable inside your own home. And now through July, when you sign up for a maintenance agreement, Central Heating and Air Conditioning donates $10 to support mental health and recovery with the folks at Skyland Trail here in Atlanta. It's a smart move because you get priority service, those seasonal tune-ups that I was talking about, and you don't have breakdowns when you're not expecting them. The more agreements, the bigger the impact. Here's how you get a hold of them. 770-GET-HEAT or go to centralheat.com. Carrier warranty, carrier peace of mind. Central Heating and Air Conditioning, delivering carrier comfort for the world we share.
Hey, this is Los with David from Atlanta, who just purchased his new car with the Honest Car Guy, the new, fully transparent way to buy your next vehicle. David, tell us about your experience.
I had been looking for a vehicle for a couple months. The car buying process was a little challenging at first for me. I had some credit issues in the past, and I just happened to hear a familiar voice on the radio, and it happened to be on the Honest Car Guy ad. I got in touch with Tom. Within 2, maybe 3 days, I had a vehicle being shipped here from Orlando, Florida. I have already recommended him to family members, several friends, and I'll purchase a car from Tom when I make my next purchase for sure.
Friends, if you're in the market for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, get an honest car buy from the Honest Car Guy. You pay what we pay, plus an honest fee, and we back that up by giving you the bill of sale. That's our transparency guarantee. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or visit honestcarguy.com.
I'm Patrick Brown, former Army Ranger in the United States Army. Like many service members, I had to make difficult choices when leaving the military, and the most challenging thing was finding purpose in a new phase of life. Housing, employment, education, way too many decisions and no idea where to start. That was until I met the Warrior Alliance. They made it simple. They listened and quickly connected me to the services I needed. And like a trusted friend, they even followed up to make sure I was squared away. Change a veteran's life today by donating at thewarrioralliance.org, helping warriors navigate to success after service.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Start your day with Tug and Los on the Morning Extra.
To the left of Kennesaw on a map, if that helps.
To the left of Kennesaw, okay. Would that be west of Kennesaw you're trying to tell me?
This way I'm pointing.
Okay, this way that I'm pointing.
I guess east and west is very difficult for people these days. It's to the left of Kennesaw.
Have you
mean to the west?
Yeah. Have you ever looked at a map before? God, man. It's to the left of Kennesaw.
Can't tell you how many times I've said that to my wife. Just go south on 400, exit, and head east. And she's like, what do you mean?
Exactly.
Tell her to turn right next time.
That's right. And
Right
then she'll
east.
know exactly.
No, that would not be to the right when you're heading
but-
south.
Yeah. Fine, just let it go. I don't want to embarrass him anymore, man. It's not time to pile on the child. You know? Sorry, man. You'll get it. You'll get it. You'll get it. It's fine. Go home, talk to your daddy.
I turned right like you said. No, you didn't.
But yeah, go home and tell your daddy you don't know how to read math. And then tell me you don't know how to change a tire. And he's going to feel like the biggest disappointment ever.
The Morning Extra, 6 to 10 a.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Oh, God, poor Bryce.
Georgia politicians, if you want to win your election, the path to victory runs through Extra.
Come on, go home. Well, Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. We were piling on little Bryce there a little bit in that promo.
Wonderful promo.
Yes, it is. And
so he just told us when we were trying to figure out where the golf tournament was at. He was like, "It's to the right of Kennesaw." It's like, you mean like to the? He's like, no, on the map.
Yeah,
to the right.
I got it. Got it.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, this is a disaster. But it's so funny because he's a little under the weather, so wishing Bryce the best. Hope he gets feeling better.
He
He's been
gutted it up Wednesday.
Dude, he did.
He was not feeling great.
And then, so he was out yesterday and out today. So wishing him the best. We're not going to pile on him here like we did there. We're going to wish him the best this time. So I was listening to this clip of a podcast, and it caught my attention because it really reminded me of Paul Harvey. Now, if you recall, Paul Harvey had this great thing called If I Were the Devil. And it goes through all the things that he would do. Like, if I were the devil and I were trying to bring down, the United States specifically. But he said, to the young, I would whisper the Bible's a myth. And I would convince them that man created God instead of the other way around. I would confide in them what's bad is good and what's good is square and old. And I would teach them to pray after me, our Father, which art in Washington. And he goes on. This thing is, like 3 minutes long, but it really did remind me of what I heard. And it was from Isabella Brown's podcast. She's a Turning Point USA podcaster. And it's the communist plan to destroy America. And it's basically what Paul Harvey had said. But get this. This instruction that Isabella Brown had ran across was from 1963, a couple years earlier. I want you to listen to it and think about how relevant it sounds right now.
These are the communist goals in 1963. When you start reading these, it actually feels like you are reading a screenplay for the current culture that we're living in. And that's scary because I think it's a wake-up call for those older than us that they failed in acting appropriately against this and safeguarding our culture. But listen to this. Continue discrediting American culture by degrading all forms of artistic expression. Eliminate all good sculpture from parks and buildings. Eliminate all laws governing obscenity by calling them censorship and a violation of free speech and free press. Break down cultural standards of morality by promoting pornography and obscenity in books, magazines, motion pictures, radio, TV. Infiltrate the church to replace revealed religion with social religion and discredit the Bible, emphasizing the need for intellectual maturity that doesn't need a religious crutch. But specifically, their attack on the family is at the end. And I don't think that's a coincidence because they're looking at the family as the last line that they have to fight against in order for complete societal control.
Yeah, like 2020, 2021, yeah. Everything I was pointing out and going, oh, am I the only one noticing this?
Yeah. We would have decades. Within a decade, I'd have prisons overflowing, and I'd have judges promoting pornography. I would evict God from the courthouse and then from the schoolhouse and then from the houses of Congress, going back to the Paul Harvey thing. And just how perfect. Paul Harvey saw it coming in 1965. He knew then what you had discovered in 2021, what we all know is happening in America right now. Nothing has changed. It's always been going on.
See, the guise of, well, we have to deal with our racist past was the giant lie to do what communists always wanted to, which was tear down history.
That's right.
And the reason why, no matter what, most notably China, but the reason why history is always torn down is it's so we can forget about it. And so, for instance, when you had Chairman Mao, he went after the four olds and wanted to reject the olds. That was his way of basically reinvigorating the Chinese and his party, the CCP, after killing 50 million of them with famine. It's like, no, we have a new future now. Forget the past. 2020, as we're watching these fools tear down these monuments or move them or go hide them, I was like, this is right out of the communist playbook, everybody.
Absolutely right. Going back to Paul Harvey quickly, I would caution against extremes and hard work and patriotism. I would caution against them. The extremes of hard work and the extremes of patriotism. When they say make America great again, they hate that idea. It's nothing to do, like they're able to, they give it a name, MAGA, right? But when you break it down, make America great again, presidents have used it forever because America is great and we want to make it the more perfect union that the founding fathers thought that it could be. And yet, make America great again is a bad thing. That's the way it's treated.
The game is always to box your opponent, identify them, and attack them. And that goes back to Saul Alinsky and the way they looked at things. But we do, in a similar fashion, we do it to them. We joke around about the soy boys and the man buns and all that sort of stuff. And we degrade men over on that side because they ain't really all that manly.
Yeah.
But to think that their attack on us is when we want everything that we feel this country can become and we want to be first in everything, that is somehow something that you go after and say, no.
Well, just like Paul Harvey said, the extremes of hard work.
Yes.
The extremes of patriotism. America first, being first, working hardest to create whatever it is, your business, your education, whatever it is, working hard toward that goal, the meritocracy of
the
that.
socialist dream in this country was that we would accept taking a back seat to other countries, and then we would be ripe for the picking. Then it's like, and that's when America will change. I mean, so much of the literature, especially during that Obama era, was, well, America can't be greater than China or India. There's no way. It's a country of masseuses. This is what it's going to be moving forward. America's best days are behind it. Well, I think what we're now seeing, and this is playing out on the world stage, if this peace deal gets done with Iran, and we'll get a chance to get into more of this stuff if it's going to hold, and here's what it's going to be. We're already seeing the markets react to it. We've already seen with the job numbers last Friday. We are kicking into an era where I think we're going to see a rather large explosion that is going on with this economy.
I think so, too.
And you've basically spent the first couple of years of this administration changing the fundamentals of what it's going to be built on. Now here comes the boom. And if that occurs, well, that's going to make them even more upset because the reliance on government falls by the wayside.
Right. And, authoritarians, I believe that socialism has to be authoritarian because what's the old saying? You vote it in, you got to shoot your way out. They ain't turning loose. And they have to make you, be a part of this. And they have to be authoritarian because it doesn't work. They have to have the thumb on you. They have to have government control on you.
Tug, you and I have been friends for a long time. We've worked together for quite a number of years. When I talk about cults, what do I say always? How do they all end?
Yeah, well, with somebody getting dead.
Like, eventually it all just turns into I'm going to have sex with your wife.
Well, but then it gets dead.
Every single one of them goes this way.
Yeah.
No different with socialism.
I know, right?
It's I'm going to get in your pocket, and then I'm going to get into your house, and then I'm going to get into your life. And
I'm going to have control over all of it.
And the one guard that you have, that one beacon that you normally move to, which is religion, which is free will. Once I've downgraded that out of society as the socialist, well, I don't have to worry about what you're going to reach for.
Mm-mm.
You're not going to reach for guns because you ain't got them.
Because I've taken them away.
They're mine.
That's right. That's exactly right. And it's what I was reading in Breitbart the other day, I think day before yesterday maybe, they talked about the surge in violence, even though they don't have, they have no guns, and the violence that are taking place all over Europe in a gunless society. and it's just as violent. You're right. They don't use guns, but they use knives, or they use whatever else they can get their hands on to commit the violence.
You had a march once again in London because these people, every single time that they're having some sort of attack by foreigners, they then march in the streets like, why are we allowing this? And their governments are going, it's fine. Watch as the West falls.
Yep.
This becomes that last place, the last one you've got. It's the United States of America.
That's it, man. And if they can get that one, they can get anything. They can get all of it. And China has a vested interest in that. Why do you think they have those police stations here? Why do you think they have fangs here?
The Chinese have gotten a really good lesson over the past, I would say, 6 months in what your designs were. They're not happening. And as long as you have, at least for the next couple of years, and then hopefully we'll see what happens after that, is, J.D. Vance is going to start his book tour. If you have strong people in office, then the Chinese can't act. But the Chinese will act immediately as soon as the strong people are no longer in office.
I think they're going to act regardless who's in office, but will strong people in office actually try to push back, eliminate some of that, arrest some of these people, deport some of these people, where a weak person in office wouldn't do it? At least they're trying to derail.
Well, at least on the global stage, you have basically told them, for your designs, you need oil.
Yep.
Now you got to come through us.
That's right.
Like, I don't know if you saw the numbers yesterday. We have now, in terms of a global exporter, have passed the Saudis.
It's crazy, right?
We're the number one exporter in the world of oil.
Yeah, it's great.
It's like we're the ones calling the shots on all this stuff. And has it taken some aggression? Hell yeah.
Yes,
but
it always does.
How does that make America great?
Yeah.
This is how it is.
That's exactly right, because all the roads lead through the United States of America. Morning Extra and Extra 106.3 Tug and Los until 10. Let's talk about that J.D. Vance, that new book tour, and it's going to go through the worst possible show on TV to promote it. It should be entertaining, if nothing else. 6 o'clock hour is brought to you by Subaru of Gwinnett. This is the Morning Extra and Extra 106.3.
The Morning Extra has you covered until 10 a.m. Then it's Glenn Beck, Clay Travis, and Buck Sexton at noon, and The Kimmer Show taking over at 3, only on Extra 106.3.
It's still the greatest form of advertising, word of mouth. If we could bottle it and sell it, we'd be rich. But we can't. That's what keeps it honest. Hi, I'm Dan Watkins, owner of All Four Seasons. From garage doors to entry doors to windows, for every opening of your home, we've got you covered. Talk to your neighbors. Chances are we've worked on their home. They'll tell you all about their 5-star experience with All Four Seasons. When trust matters, trust us. All, the number 4, seasonsgarages.com.
Take a pause.
Tammy Reichen of Reno, Nevada was thrilled to get a call from someone claiming to be from a vet hospital saying her cat Lulu had been found, but the cat was hit by a car and needed emergency surgery.
When he sent the picture and I saw her whole shoulder cut open, that was devastating.
That caller demanded thousands of dollars for treatment, but police suspect the photo was a fake generated by AI aimed at parting Tammy from her money.
They're monsters. I think it's cruel to use an animal, somebody's family, to hurt them that way. It's just not fair.
Reno police spokesman Hunter Mercurio.
With this new scam, they're using AI in order to tug on the heartstrings of the victim's emotions.
Police say if you get a call like this one, hang up. Then call the vet hospital and tell them about it and contact law enforcement. No word yet on what happened to Lulu the cat. Take pause. Jill Nato, Fox News.
Hey, Atlanta, it's Glenn Beck, and you can listen to me exclusively on Atlanta's Extra 106.3 FM and on the Extra app.
This weekend's reload of the Glenn Beck program is brought to you by Main Street Guns and Range. People just like you from all over the region visit Main Street Guns and Range in Lilburn, Georgia's second largest volume dealer, and has a showroom that's always stocked for your firearm and ammunition needs. Main Street Guns and Range, where you can expect Second Amendment service that's second to none. MainStreetGunsandRange.com. The Morning Extra, Glenn Beck, Clay and Buck, and The Kimmer Show on WFOM and W292 EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. Extra 106.3.
President Trump says the war with Iran is ended. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. Telling a rally in Georgia he called into last night for Republican candidate for Governor Burt Jones.
They have agreed never to have a nuclear weapon, something that we insisted on. That was the whole purpose. That was 95% of it.
But Iran's foreign ministry says it's not a done deal yet, and they won't compromise on their red lines in any agreement. And Fox's Tug Los reports.
It looks like the U.S. military had to once again come to the defense of ships in the region. According to a senior U.S. official, it appears Iran has attempted to strike commercial ships transiting the Strait of Hormuz tonight. U.S. forces shot down 2 Iranian one-way attack drones. Traffic flow through the strait continues, but the president did pull back from another round of airstrikes on Iran that were set to happen last night. He called them off after saying once again that a deal was at hand.
Should get done over the next few days. We'll probably have a signing maybe in Europe, and it's a great thing.
Oil prices are down more than 3%. Stock futures are rising on this potential deal the morning after the Dow surged more than 900 points, gaining back what was lost in Wednesday's big sell-off. And today, one stock will get launched, SpaceX.
And what is expected to be the biggest public offering of stock ever. $75 billion worth of shares. We're expecting a share price of $135. Take it or leave it. That's going to be the number. Ticker SPCX. But the big headline, if all goes according to plan, CEO Elon Musk could become the world's first trillionaire.
Fox Business Network's Jerry Willis. A win for President Trump. A federal appeals court's ruled his new global tariffs, 10%, are likely legal under the statute he imposed them, undoing a lower court's block. The new tariffs were levied after the Supreme Court angered the president, blocking bigger tariffs, ruling he exceeded his authority. America's listening to Fox News.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-809-7171. That's 800-809-7171.
If you want unlimited talk, text, and data on a crazy fast network, Big Wireless will sell it to you right now for as little as $70 a month. Or you can buy it from Pure Talk for half of that. I'm talking about unlimited talk, text, and unlimited data for just $34.99 a month. Stop paying the big guys twice what you need to. Dial pound 250, say my name. That's pound 250 micro to switch to Pure Talk, where the savings are truly unlimited.
You may know Bortz is back, but not everyone else does. Tell anyone who loves America, Bortz is back on the radio in Atlanta, and his new home is Xtra 106.3. Listen to him now on the Xtra 106.3 app.
Buddy, I know you are ready for the weekend, so am I. It's going to be so great. And taking us there, Bret Michaels and Poison with Unskinny Bob. Come on! I mean, it's the perfect Friday song. It's got the nice little groove and bass. It's got the little funky lyrics. Got the great lead guitar with CC DeVille.
I know that CC DeVille is out there somewhere going, remember when I did Unskinny Bob?
Oh,
yeah.
Man.
And he's looking over at Brett. He's like, man, you're lucky you had the rest of us. He just sang.
That's right. All you did.
I gave our distinctive sound.
That's right.
CC DeVille.
Could play the guitar this way.
And he's looking over at Ricky Rocket being like, don't you have my back, Ricky? And Ricky's like, yeah.
I got your back. You're way back.
That's right.
I got whoever's back is cutting the check. That's whose back I got. Oh, my heavens. Good Friday to you. I saw something when I woke up this morning, and I was like, get out of here. I love it, but it's one of those that maybe I didn't expect to see happen. Have you got CC pulled up over there? Has he changed the color of his hair?
Do you mean Bruce Anthony Johansson? Known professionally as CC DeVille.
Dude, I would have lost that bet. If anybody would have said, hey, what's his real name, I wouldn't have had any idea.
It's listed as glam metal.
That's what it was, dude.
It was.
There's no doubt. I mean, that's a good description. The only names that I know is like Gordon Sumner. I know that's Sting, and I forget. I think it doesn't Elton John. Isn't that in the like a stage name too? I feel like that is. Maybe I'm wrong, but there's a handful of them I know, but not. I definitely wouldn't have gotten whatever you just said. That was a long name.
Elton Hercules John, born Reginald Kenneth Dwight.
Yes, there we go. Yeah, I knew. That's what. Yeah, he goes by Hercules.
Hercules.
I even saw the biography, the movie, and I didn't know
they didn't cover that portion of it.
They left that they put a lot of stuff in. They left the Hercules part out. Over on the flats, Georgia Tech trying to build something. Brent Key he played at Tech. He coached with Saban. I mean, he's got the credentials, and Georgia Tech has looked pretty good the last couple of years. I did not see Brent Key offering Andrew Smart, Kirby Smart's son, to come play at Georgia Tech. I did not see that one coming.
Why not?
I don't know. It just seems so weird.
And quite honestly, because all these offers are about it raises your status.
Sure it does.
You're kind of doing them a favor, too.
Yeah, of course.
When you offer like Lane Kiffin's kid, it validates when he wants to go to LSU, or if Kirby Smart brings his own son into Georgia.
Yeah.
Or it gives them the option if they ever want to do their own thing.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, it's a great compliment.
Yeah, fantastic. It's just funny to see it. Andrew Smart tweets out on X, blessed to receive an offer from Georgia Tech, and tags at Coach Brent Key GT. I think it's awesome. I think it's cool. It's just so, because we've watched this kid grow up.
Yeah.
He during the early days of Georgia and returning to prominence with Kirby Smart, he was always sitting on players' shoulder, holding up the sign, "We run this state," or whatever.
It's been 9 years since Kirby Smart took over. Yeah, his kids are getting to that age.
Yeah, they are. Absolutely right. Another kid that I learned that is talking to the University of Georgia, and that is Luke Bryan's son. The country singer Luke Bryan, he's been showing up and showing out at a whole bunch of the Nike camps or whatever. When Luke played in Athens, he and I were standing there talking about being at Georgia. And he's such a Georgia fan. He's from Leesburg, went to Georgia Southern. And, there's that split of people go to Georgia Southern. They're either diehard Georgia Southern or they're there and they cheer for Southern while they're there, but they're Georgia fans too.
Sure, absolutely.
That's the split that's there, and everybody knows it is. But Luke is, and he's in that camp. And Kirby came out on stage with he and Aldine. But prior to that, on that Friday morning, we were talking about his son and the fact that they were talking to Kirby Smart, and he could end up. And I asked him, I was like, dude, what would it be like to see your last name on the back of a UGA jersey? And he was like, dude, he got a little teary-eyed. He was like, and he even said, dude, I get a little emotional about it. I just can't believe that this is where we are. I mean, this is a guy that has worldwide fame. He's the most famous person from Leesburg, Georgia.
He can buy his kid into anywhere.
That's exactly right. And he's not.
This is not something that you can just buy your way into.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely. Unless you're going to some of those Southern California schools and your mom was on Desperate Housewives or something.
Well, we had that scandal. That was called Operation Varsity Blues, sir.
Right, exactly.
Operation Varsity Blues.
Weren't they putting them on like the rowing team so they could get particular scholarships?
Yeah. They were having an academic person that was helping them secure entry into schools and kickbacks and everything else.
Yeah. Which was crazy. But I just thought it was really cool to see, somebody of that status who is the most down-to-earth person in the world, and their son having the potential opportunity to come play at Georgia. And then it just reminded me of it a little bit when we were talking about Andrew Smart. How cool was that? So Braves got rained out last night, but they open with the Mets. We want to beat the Mets. Nobody likes the stinking, dirty, low-down, no-good-for-nothing Mets. And then Los's Spurs got to beat the Knicks. That's tomorrow night. But still, we got to...
There's work to be done after what happened.
That's right. Well, yes, that too. But it's all about beating the New York teams, because who likes New York? Like, unless you're from New York or live in New York, nobody likes New York. I'm not convinced Taylor Swift likes New York, because that was a discussion on social media the last. No, I know, but it's funny how many people clamor to be in the spotlight. They just want to be seen there.
That's the reason why you buy those tickets.
Yeah, that's right.
Fans.
You just know. That's right.
Show everybody you can.
But they've been trying to tell me how big of a fan she is, and I'm just like, I don't know that I believe that. I don't know that I buy it. I don't know where Sydney Sweeney is, but they pushed her back off the front seat. They pushed her off a celebrity row. She was tucked up back in there with the real fans. I don't know what kind of fan she is. I just know I want to see all of them upset if they are fans. I want to see all the New York teams lose. That's what I want to see. Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Let's get to the first thing to know this morning.
Way out west, there's a show, the Morning Extra, the Morning Extra. Tug so bold, deep in the story, breaking news that's bold.
Buddy, I opened up social media, opened up X. You can find me at Tug Cowart, Front Los at Front Office Los. Find us in the show at Extra 106.3. And I learned about a book tour stop. I knew about the new book from J.D. Vance, Communion, Finding My Way Back to Faith. But then when you start thinking about the book tour, where do you end up? You end up on all the daytime shows. You end up going to places that maybe you wouldn't typically go because you want to sell as many books as you possibly can. J.D. Vance will appear on The View on June 16th, and I cannot wait. There is a reason. Now you have a reason to watch The View at least once.
So I'm a little bit concerned with this because book tours aren't like regular interviews.
Nope, you're right.
It's talk about the book, talk about how great the book is, let him talk about the book. Maybe you get into a little bit of politics.
I bet it goes the exact opposite way.
I would hope so.
Yeah, right.
Because what we've seen over the years is that if you drop somebody with any amount of sense, the View then falls apart. Like they all end up in the most hilarious way. They all bow down to that person. When Stephen A. Smith was there, Stephen A. Smith is not some juggernaut of politics. Yet when he started talking, the other four of them shut up.
Yeah, they did.
Because we're like, tell us more, Stephen.
Yeah, right.
Tell us what we should be thinking.
That's right. Because they're so used to that. They're so used to being told what to think. They're so used to that groupthink way of going about it. And they see him, and he's not like a conservative, but a lot of times he is common sense. You know, he'll throw some things out there, common sense, and they don't get into the common sense realm ever.
So when J.D. Vance goes on that show,
he's going to shred if they were to.
I don't think that they'll even try.
It's probably smart that they don't, but that's the reason you'll watch. That's the reason I'll watch.
That's why I'm going to be
that's right.
Being like, well, okay, let me see what he did on that program.
I'm trying to remember the last time they got the big, was it after Charlie Kirk?
Well, their last big was the day after the election.
Okay,
when Trump won.
Yeah.
That was their last.
That's
people
right.
showed up to see and watch them basically sit there with a bunch of sad faces. You mean your candidate that you said, you told us all for the better part of 4 years was an idiot.
Yeah.
And then you built her into the greatest thing ever. I was told that by, was it the New Yorker? Who was it? Like, turns out all along, we really had the greatest one, and we just didn't notice. Really?
How did we miss it?
How did we miss this genius of politics?
Yeah. And then she got waxed. Completely waxed.
That was their last big pop.
And they had, what was it? They had sad clown face, Ronald.
Joy Behar was talking. I just remember her like, and now we're going to have to deal with this for the next several years. But that's what the people wanted. And, and that's what it turned into.
Yeah. It was Puddles the Clown Show there for a little bit. I hope that they go at J.D. Vance. I don't think they have the courage to. I don't think they have the chops to. But if they were to, I know J.D. Vance does. He's going to be able to turn them inside out. He's going to be able to make them look like the fools that they are. But to their credit, they've invited him on, and they won't get the rating spike they did the day after the election, but they'll get a good rating spike because there'll be people hate watching, and then the people like us that'll be like, okay, let's see how this goes.
Let's also talk about the big picture of what's going on here. We have had the numbers. Even Tim Burchett even told us when he talked about how you have the evangelical Christians that are not turning out in the numbers that they did 20 years ago.
Yeah.
For elections. To me, this is the opening salvo
yeah, that's right.
of J.D. Vance looking to make sure to bring them back to the election in 2028. If you're doing a book about finding your faith again and talking about how important that is to you, that is a move to make sure, to ensure that area that you have not had people turn out as much on show up for you. Because if you have the evangelical Christians that turn out in mass, you can't lose.
Dude, it's a no-brainer.
It's too big of a group. You can't lose.
That's exactly right. Does that translate into the votes? As we'll wait and see, because I don't understand how gun owners don't come out in mass. They don't. Burchett brought that up too, didn't he?
Yeah, he was
the
like
people that are strong second A.
I think he was talking about when he was going through the numbers. He was saying how I think it was like 60% of gun owners. He's like 40% of evangelicals, and his entire point was, if you turn out, we can't lose.
You're right. It's too big to rig, and because they will try to. They would love to do everywhere what they're doing in California.
You can have 100% of the trans, the left. I'll take 100% of the evangelical Christians, and I'll see you at the finish line.
That's right. Absolutely. A long way ahead, because we will finish so far out in front. I hope that's the case. I hope they go at him a little bit. I hope he's able to put some of that. Look, if they don't, then he just talks about the book, and then it's just a message directly to those people. And look, there are probably people on the left that are faithful. I don't know how their politics and their faith married together. I question that. That doesn't make sense to me necessarily. But then if it does, it just speaks to the nature of their faith.
It also, when you look at how this stuff gets programmed, like there's a reason why you have ScottJennings on CNN and he argues with all comers. Yet when they have, let's say, a sitting senator, it's not like that. Now, if it's a one-on-one scenario, then you will have a studio host will challenge a person currently sitting in power, and that's how it's set up.
And it should. Then they should.
You don't ever have somebody with that sort of status in terms of a vice president and have 4 people going at him. That's just not the way it's ever structured. So that's why I don't believe. Now, if he ends up on like some random MS Now show and it's just him and Joe Scarborough, then yeah, I think you might be able to talk about the book and have some questions and kind of have a tit for tat, but I don't think you're going to get that out of the View. I would love it, though.
There's no way. Maybe it's not a direct challenge. It'll be a lot of snide remarks.
Well, it's like when if we were to set up a show where all we did, we were just going to argue with somebody, we're going to go get some leftist analysts and have them share their view, and we share ours, and we go at it. Why do we talk about if we ever were to have John Ossoff here? It's like, that's not the place for me and Tug to go attack the guy. It's like, attack his policy, attack what he brings up, attack what he's brought up. But if you're a guest here, we're going to treat you differently. And I believe that's exactly what we'll see. We're going to need J.D. Vance in a one-on-one scenario with somebody in order to get those sort of fireworks.
Yeah, that's why I say the snide remarks. They won't be able to resist that, though. Joy Behar is not going to be able to resist snide, offhanded, not directly at him or talking to him, just as he's discussing.
If she opens up that door,
oh, dude, I hope so.
I think that's when the J.D. Vance gloves comes off, and he's better at this than she is.
So much smarter than any of them
She's
on that
just
whole panel.
Very, very fast.
I wonder. Here's the other question that I wonder: who initiated the contact? Was it ABC, knowing that he had a book coming out?
Well, it's the publisher always does all this sort of stuff. Like, once the book's coming out, they schedule you everywhere. I was listening to an interview, of all people, was Terry Bradshaw, and he was talking about his speaking gigs that he does. He's like, I'm on the road. They just schedule me to different places.
Yeah, no, I know. But with shows, like if there's something happening, our show might reach out. There are plenty of publishers that reach out,
Oh, sure. People hawking books. Yeah.
10,000 emails a day about that kind of stuff. Makes me a little bit wonder about, because of the FCC conversations that come up with ABC late night, if that isn't a, hey, look at us, we're doing, you know what I mean? Just to try to make it look a particular way. We're having conservatives on too.
He's pushing a book. That is their, hey, don't get mad at us.
Yeah, for sure.
All the frous at home that are like, they're having J.D. Vance on. It's like, well, he's hawking a book, okay? Yeah. He's pushing a book.
Yeah, that's right.
That's why it's all going to be...
I guarantee you, though...
It's all going to be friendly.
Well, yeah, probably so. I guarantee you, though, they're making notes in their FCC file about J.D. being on as a conservative, showing how they do, because we have to do the same thing.
Yeah.
Every interview we've done has been loaded to the FCC site specifically, and it has to be done within so many hours of, 24 hours of it happening. I don't know exactly what
shows that we are compliant with the law.
That's exactly right, man. 100%. When we come back, if we're close to peace, next up, the midterms. Next on Extra.
Sports is only live on Extra 106.3, bringing you daily commentary on the biggest topics of the day. Catch him throughout the day or hear his latest on the Extra 106.3 app.
Stovall & Company Wholesale Landscape Supply has been family-owned and operated for more than 75 years, and we treat you like family, too.
Check us out at StovallInc.com or stop by our new store in Canton, Georgia and see what we have to offer.
At Stovall, we supply all your landscape project needs.
Completely hassle-free, all the way down to the delivery.
Have you been dreaming of an outdoor kitchen, fireplace, or other custom paver project? We partner with Keystone Hardscapes for all your beautiful, high-end concrete needs.
We look forward to making your landscape dreams come true. Stovall has it all.
If you like Brian Kemp, you're going to love Rick Jackson.
Rick Jackson's been a good supporter of mine. He's got a great story, and I've kind of felt like for really 2 years now that race is right for political outsiders, especially somebody that could sell funds.
Rick Jackson, a conservative outsider who will make Georgia proud, just like Brian Kemp.
I'm Rick Jackson. Brian Kemp wins big for Georgia. Record jobs, teacher pay raises, and when Hollywood liberals tried to boycott Georgia, Kemp never backed down.
The conservative outsider, just like Kemp.
As governor, I'll slash property taxes and lead America in job creation. I'm Rick Jackson. Like Governor Kemp, I'll fight for Georgia and win big, because that's what I've done my whole life.
Rick Jackson's been a good supporter of mine. He's got a great story.
Rick Jackson for Georgia. Paid for by Jackson for Governor Inc.
For those of you turning 65, you don't need me to tell you this. You're getting slammed with Medicare spam. Mailers, robocalls, ads, all of the things saying different things, all promising you they know what's best for you. The truth is there are thousands of options that many of these spammers only sell just a few of them because they make commission on those. What you really need is clarity, honest help, and that's why I want to tell you about Chapter. They want retirement to be the best chapter of your life, and they do that by helping you find the Medicare plan that actually fits your needs. Over the last year, Chapter has saved my audience $1.5 million just by helping people find a better fitting plan. It's not just about saving money. I heard from Mark in Arizona who couldn't get access to a heart specialist until Chapter stepped in and helped him get the care he needed. He said it was absolutely spectacular. Give them a call. The call is free. They have helped thousands of people just this last year in this audience. Dial pound 250, say the word Chapter. Pound 250, say the keyword Chapter.
Democracy 2026.
Florida lawmakers approved a congressional map that could potentially add 4 Republican House seats. The redrawn map impacts 2 districts in South Florida, Tampa, and Orlando. Republicans currently hold 20 of Florida's 28 congressional seats, so this could leave Democrats with just 4. Democrats here claim the process lacked transparency, calling it politically motivated and a violation of state law. Florida's House Minority Leader Fentrice Driscoll.
You are destroying democracy with this vote. The people of Florida deserve better. Not one of our constituents asked for this, not one.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has remained confident in the constitutionality of his map with 2 reasons for redistricting. First, he says Florida's population has drastically changed. And second, he claims the current map was drafted with racial data. He points to a Supreme Court decision in Louisiana that struck down unconstitutional gerrymandering as legal backing for his redistricting, arguing it will impact part of Florida's own constitution. Dana Marie McNichol, Fox News.
So it's my fault, and I can't help
Snap
it.
out of it.
I know. All right, fine. Share.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app. The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your Georgia headlines. In Atlanta, 2 out-of-state activists, Katie Cloth of Colorado and Tyler Norman of Wisconsin, now face federal arson charges. A grand jury said they used fire and explosives to damage construction equipment at the Atlanta Public Safety Training Center, trying to intimidate workers. Prosecutors say violent protests will not be tolerated. A man in Rockdale County narrowly escaped death when his Range Rover caught fire on I-20. Gabe Lustman says flames suddenly erupted with no warning. He jumped through the blaze just before the SUV exploded in a massive fireball. A truck driver in Atlanta who was trapped under his rig after a terrifying crash is sharing his remarkable recovery. Paris Thompson said 2 brave bystanders rushed in, jacked up the truck, and pulled him to safety just in time. Now, back on the road to recovery, he's thanking the everyday heroes who saved his life. Today's weather, expect a hot and humid day near 93. Mostly sunny skies with a stray afternoon thunderstorm possible. Tonight, partly cloudy, lows around 74. Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3, 8 o'clock hour. You'll get gubernatorial candidate Burt Jones. So he will be in studio 8 to about 8:40, somewhere around in there. And so spending about 40 minutes with you here on the Morning Extra and Extra 106.3 asking for your vote. Election day is on Tuesday. My guess is, and I don't know this right off the top of my head, we have to check it, but I think the end of early voting is today. I think that's usually the way it lays out. I went and voted yesterday. Got it done, made my decision, and I hope you'll get out and do it too. So Bert will be asking for your vote here on Extra 106.3. Yesterday, we got a note from Donald Trump on Truth Social, and then it was shared across the social media platforms, and it was President Trump announcing that he had canceled the strikes on Iran. We had already been striking them after they launched on all their neighbors, which I'll never figure out. I'll never understand the strategy of that. But that's what they've done. That's how they've lashed out. That's been their MO since the beginning of this, Los.
Yeah, they're the chaos factor of trying to cause as much insanity in the region. And strangely, it actually solidified everyone against them to the point where even Scott Bessent pointed out the funds of the destruction they did within the region will be paid out from their own accounts.
Yeah, because they're frozen. And we have access to them.
Oh, so they damaged this for you? How much is that? Oh, $10 million? Yeah, okay, here you go.
Let me just
you want to talk about deterring them from continuing to fire. Now, we've been told that this is a done deal. We will see where this all plays out, because I think we've been close to ending this thing like 5 or 6 different times, really.
And the Iranians are nuts. I mean, the IRGC people, they're fundamentalists. They're absolutely crazy, and they're hell-bent on ending civilization.
I do believe that telling them, we've been taking your oil, was the moment of, it's time to settle this thing. Because, in case you missed it, Donald Trump sat in the Oval Office and explained how we've been basically stealing millions of barrels of their oil to put it into the marketplace. Why do oil prices continue to drop? Why does the price at the pump continue to drop? Because we've been pumping in Iranian oil into the system. And if you look at, I think now we're down to like $87 a barrel. Like, it continues to fall. And the markets continue to reflect that. If this is all over with, then the entire focus goes to SAVE Act in the midterms. And I think that we're at a point where this is gangbusters interesting with what is going on in this economy.
And not only that, on top of stealing their oil, and they were the only ones that didn't know it, everybody in the Middle East knew it. We had a good inclination that it was happening with the naval blockade. There were naval escorts taking those specific oil tankers in and out of the Gulf through the Straits of Hormuz without incident. You know, there's been some back and forth. You've seen it on the news, I'm sure. We had that really cool, it was terrible that it happened. They had a drone that slipped through and took, I believe it was an SH-60 down, and we had an incredible search and rescue operation using boat drones, Reaper drones, and then with United States air power in the skies going out, and we got those guys after 2 hours and got them back home, and that's fantastic. But the other part of it is Donald Trump was like, we will take Carg Island.
Yeah,
we're not afraid to do it. If y'all continue this, we are going to take we will take your entire oil operation from you. We've already been stealing it under your nose. We've been taking it away from you without you even knowing. And now, if you continue it, we're going to make it even more hurtful. We're going to take Carg Island. And I think that was the one thing that they were like, we've got to figure this out. And look, they've been taking our primary resource under our nose. We can't do anything about it. And now they're telling us they're going to take all of it away from us. That's pretty convincing. And especially with the naval force that's out there, knowing the firepower that's all around you, and every person in your region, every country in your region is against you. Now, to consider that this has been an operation that we've been talking about for, we're now 2.5 months into it. And if this is all over with within a 3-month span, where
Iran no longer has any nuclear capabilities, and that's the other BS part about this. The Ro Khannas of the world and the other Democrats are like, well, Obama already took it away. Yeah, that's why they've been enriching higher and higher amounts. Because, they were just looking to get to, as they were publicly stating, they got to 65% enrichment. You only need 5 to 8% for domestic use. They were building to build a bomb.
Everybody knew it. For some reason, the media and the Democrats are like, no. Obama took care of that. No. We'll see how this is going to play. But if this is all over with, including their nuclear aspirations, it's one hell of a victory.
Absolutely. And that's the victory lap that the American people are looking for. I think the American people, including Jamie Dimon, who pointed out Donald Trump is just in doing what he's done. Those people were doing exactly what Los just laid out. This is not a political thing. It shouldn't be a political thing. Donald Trump had and Jamie Dimon's no super conservative. He's the guy that just said, this shouldn't be political. He's done what he needs to do. Now, if that's the case, and if we're to the point where we get this peace deal done and he shifts his focus to the midterms, I think at that point, everything is looking and lining up perfectly. Because the American people were nervous about Iran, and I understand why. Those people are nuts. They're crazy. They're not afraid to shift the entire world into a war. As a matter of fact,
they tried it.
They probably prefer it.
They were looking for a regional war.
That's exactly right. And so now, if that all comes to a conclusion, you see the gas prices, because Trump has said they will drop like a stone in the water, straight down. If that happens, then I think when you focus the rest of what Donald Trump has been able to do here domestically and be able to make that the focal point of everything he talks about, the midterms look really good for Republicans and America.
As of, let's see, trying to look at what the latest trading, right now we're sitting between $83.50 and $87.50 per barrel. And it continues to fall.
Love it. And that's on the hopeful news. Can you imagine when it's a done deal, like when the signatures are on the paper?
Once the word got out, because again, we have been getting gouged by these companies. They're when we're looking at the amount of oil that we are exporting and what is actually in the marketplace with what has been taken from the Iranians, which is just still a funny story. Yeah, we've been stealing your oil. You don't know anything about it. When you see how the marketplace has been flooded with all of this stuff, that's the prices coming down. I would firmly believe that as we get into the hardcore travel season, July 4th, right around into there, I think we're going to see right around $2 when it comes to your oil prices again, like your $2.50 at the gas tank.
That would secure the midterms, I believe. Because
between that and getting rid of racial gerrymandering, there's a reason why they're not speaking about this so much anymore.
Yeah, they've quit talking about it. We brought that up
yesterday. Jeffries has not been like, we're going to have the House.
He knows.
He knows.
And as a matter of fact, we can go back if you want. Raphael Warnock was talking about that.
Oh, sure. Yeah,
Can you grab that, Jeff, the Raphael Warnock? I want you to hear your senator talking about the gerrymandering and what he believes about it.
No, we should be very clear. This is Jim Crow in new clothes.
Yeah.
This is a move, thanks to the Supreme Court, thanks to partisan politicians who are only focused in getting an advantage. They're busy trying to move the South, and it breaks my heart. I'm a child of the South, representing the South. They're trying to move us back to the darkest days in our country's history.
I've heard that before. The last time it was about a ball game, all-star game, something.
Oh, yes.
Something happened.
When we lost the all-star game over Jim Crow 2.0, and then we established record voting.
That's right.
In the state of Georgia.
But that doesn't matter, because the senator, the good reverend, he still went down the old Jim Crow 2.0 path. He still decried the Supreme Court for not allowing gerrymandering based on race. This dude's so dishonest. I mean, if there's ever been a one-trick pony, it's him.
I think the concern that they all have is this entire conflict with Iran. For all the crazy leftists out there that try to do that, this is to distract from Epstein. Okay, first off, the dude was a Democrat. He was a Democrat donator. All right? Yeah. It's like, it's your problem. It's not ours. Yeah, the whole pedophilia thing, that's your problem. It's not ours.
Graham Plattner. See also.
You have your problems there, not ours. Like, what is my problem? Oh, you don't care enough. All right, fine. Accuse me of that. Great.
With your faux morality.
Yes, with your faux morality, you can go ahead and just say, well, he's just a mean conservative. Okay, fine, whatever. This is what I would point out. Iran has been very helpful to the establishment Republicans to keep from moving Trump legislation.
Absolutely right.
That has been the distraction. That is where the John Thunes of the world have been like, you know what, as long as he's dealing with that, we don't have to worry about the SAVE Act.
His eyes off the ball.
And so what went down yesterday? Donald Trump with the two-pronged attack of, this thing's over, here's what the deal is, and by the way, attach the SAVE Act to reconciliation and have your 51 votes. This is, in my opinion, because he won't let it go.
And he shouldn't.
And the things that he's doing, including the most recent executive order of, yeah, we're not going to have the Postal Service moving your ballots after the date. It's like, can't use it any longer. Through executive order and eventually, hopefully through legislation, you'll get your version of the SAVE Act.
Dude.
Hopefully with the teeth that initially when it went through the House.
I certainly hope so. And there's now no reason. You can't give me a reason. Give me one reason that the SAVE Act shouldn't pass. And if you look at the polling across all demographics, across all races, across every political point of view, this thing gets in the 80s as far as approval. Everybody agrees on it. Everybody. And you're telling me this is something that John Thune has decided, well, we just can't do it. The do-nothing Republicans better do something. I am so sick and tired of having to have this conversation. They love losing.
What they love, like the John Thunes of the world, love getting to go and take anything that Trump wants and go, no, not happening. I tell you, I make this point all the time. The establishment Republicans in D.C. do not like you. They certainly don't like Trump either. It's like they can't stand the fact that these dumb conservatives and these people that support Donald Trump, I can't believe we have to deal with this. They're looking to see how they can slow everything down and have him move on in 2.5 years. That's the plan. So when we've had this conflict in Iran, yeah, they've had cover. They've been able to talk about it on all the network shows, but once it's over with, and now everything falls on you people over there. There's a reason why we've already ousted 2 sitting senators. Like, the country's starting to wake up to this, that, hey, we have a problem internally. You got to get the right people involved.
It reminds me, John Thune reminds me of Gretchen Whitmer. Did you hear her on the hot mic when she was talking to the CEO of Oracle? And she was like, yeah, we're used to people saying no and doing it anyway. That's the way the establishment Republicans think too.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's not unique to Democrats. That's not unique to Gretchen Whitmer.
No, that's the establishment.
When I saw that, I was like, of course she says that. Like, is anybody surprised? Now, are they surprised that it got caught on a hot mic? Yeah, they're surprised about that. But they say that all the time. John Thune says that all the time.
This really is the game these days. Especially now with early voting going on in the state of Georgia. I think everyone is spending their time trying to figure out who is establishment and who is not. Who is part of this system and who is not. Because
there's no doubt.
We talk about electing as many outsiders as possible. Look at what this administration has done with a bunch of outsiders, even Democrat outsiders. It's like, focus on the ball, get some stuff done. And so that's my belief. It's like, get as many of these people that are not career politicians, that are not part of the system, involved in this, and do it at your local, your state, and your federal levels, and you'll get more of the results that you're looking for.
That's the reason I think Rick Jackson has gotten a bit of a streak of good. That's why the polling's so tight. Even though Burt Jones, who will come in at 8, is the Trump endorsed nominee, people are captivated by the outsider thing.
Well, and I think that's why the attacks on Rick Jackson with what he's done as far as his donations. That's why they land.
Yeah, that's
You're
right.
like, wait a minute. And again, as we've pointed out, if I'm a business owner, I'm donating to everybody. Yep. But the reason why those land is because when you bring up the Liz Cheneys and the Stacey Abrams and everything else, that is something that if you have the ball, and as far as being a Republican, you would never hand them $1.
Ever. And you as a voter would never do it. But I bet if you were running a business and you saw the benefit to your company by doing it, that you'd probably do it.
This is going to be another one of those fun things as we get in the 8 o'clock hour with Burt Jones, is just the importance of those endorsements. Because now I saw the headline about how, like, well, there was one Trump backed it.
Yeah.
Trump has endorsed 39 people. 38 have won.
Yeah.
And
he's a little track record.
And he's endorsed Burt Jones very loudly.
That's exactly right. As a matter of fact, was on a phone call
last night.
And a town hall style phone call. He broke it. Think about this. 2 times that the president has called and did a tele-rally with Burt Jones has been broken with us here on Extra. The first time when Burt told us himself.
And then in Alpharetta, he told us he was doing another one.
It's exactly right.
It's like, so sweet.
Yeah. I just thought about that. Both of those have been broken with us. I mean, I'm not saying we're super special or anything.
You're welcome, America. Right. No, we've been right place, right time with these things. But that's important that the president is backing you.
Yeah, absolutely it is. And what does that mean for Burt Jones? What will it mean for Tuesday's runoff election? We're going to get Burt's ideas. We're going to get Burt's opinion. And he will ask you your vote at 8 o'clock here on Extra 106.3. When we come back, the worst parents in America went on CBS to continue this false narrative. Next on Extra.
Extra 106.3 Sports, powered by 680 The Fan.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Friday, June 12th. The Atlanta Braves had the final game of their series with the Chicago White Sox rained out last night. A makeup date has been scheduled for August 20th. The team now moves on to New York for a series with the Mets. It'll be Spencer Strider on the mound. He'll be opposed by Nolan McLean. First pitch is set for 7:15 tonight. You can hear all the game action on our sister station, 680 The Fan, and for free on the Fan app. The World Cup for the U.S. men's national team begins tonight from SoFi Stadium in California as they take on Paraguay to open up group play. That match kicks off at 9 o'clock. The Carolina Hurricanes are now one game away from winning the Stanley Cup Finals. They beat the Vegas Golden Knights 4-2 last night. Game 6 is set for Sunday night. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina. Hey, this is Los with Terry from Alpharetta, who just purchased a new car with the Honest Car Guy, the new, fully transparent, honest way to buy your next vehicle. Terry, tell us about your experience.
I have a son serving in the military. He's active duty with limited time to look for a car. My son was looking for a used Hyundai Veloster, and I had heard about the Honest Car Guy on the radio, decided that might be a route to go, and we made a phone call over the weekend. He screen shared the information with us. We looked over the vehicle, and he took the reins from there, and they were able to walk us through the process of buying the car. We're very clear and transparent, and next thing we knew, we had a car in the driveway.
Friends, if you're in the market for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, get an Honest Car Buy from the Honest Car Guy. You pay what we pay, plus an honest fee, and we back that up by giving you the bill of sale. That's our transparency guarantee. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME1, or visit honestcarguy.com.
On the fence about a fence? Hi, this is Jared with Accent Fence. Make the right choice and call Accent Fence. Whether it's wood, aluminum, vinyl, composite, steel, or chain link, Accent Fence can build you the perfect fence for your home. And with no money down financing available, now is the time to get your new fence. Explore fence options and read all of our 5-star Google reviews at accentfence.net. Then call and set up your free in-home consultation at 770-995-7463. For a fence that lasts, visit accentfence.net.
I want you to meet Candace. She's a young woman unsure about the future of the life growing inside of her. But after meeting her baby on an ultrasound provided by Preborn, she had a change of heart.
He's like this tiny little spectrum of hope, and I saw his heart beating on the screen. And I mean, that sonogram changed my life.
Ultrasounds save lives, and Preborn currently has clinics that do not have any ultrasound machines. If you have the means, would you consider a leadership gift? These life-saving machines cost more than most centers can afford, and your tax-deductible donation of $15,000 will place a machine in a needy women's center, saving countless lives for years to come. And now, through a match, your gift will be doubled. Donate securely. Call pound 250, say the keyword baby. That's pound 250 keyword baby, or visit preborn.com/Beck. That's preborn.com/Beck. Sponsored by Preborn.
Take a pause.
What started out 10 years ago to honor one of the victims of the Sandy Hook elementary school shootings is now a national event for the first weekend in June. It's the Bring Love Home Pet Adoption Awareness Campaign from the Catherine Violet Hubbard Animal Sanctuary in Connecticut, and it's spread to over 110 shelters and animal rescues. The ASPCA's Krista Chadwick says they're pitching in to let people know these are tough times for shelters.
They're short-staffed. They have a dearth of medical team members, along with increasing proportions of medically and behaviorally compromised animals, just put a lot of pressure on our shelters.
Nearly 6 million cats and dogs went to shelters in 2025. This year is on track to see just as many, so they're spreading the word.
There's no such thing as too many adoptions, and so shelters are always looking for opportunities to get more animals into loving homes, onto couches, and to laps.
Take pause. Jill Nato, Fox News.
And now, Deep Thoughts with Neil Bortz.
Which letter is silent in the word sent? The S or the C?
An Extra 106.3 AI exclusive.
So let's enjoy the liberal meltdown for a day or two. Might even watch The View. But can we all get together and try to put this country on a better path?
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3. I have seen some, just the grossest, the worst, the ugliest posts on social media this morning, and all of them were aimed at Austin Metcalf. People have created AI images of themselves urinating on his grave. That's how disgusting this is. That's how disturbing this is. And I can't even be mad at this, but I just feel like I need to pray for them because they are lost souls. That's what those people are.
Well, it's animal behavior.
Yeah.
Is what it comes down to.
It is. But it's being fueled by the parents, unfortunately.
It is being fueled by the parents. We will play some audio from as of right now, they're the worst parents in the country. But I'd just like to point this out. You raise $1 million, and at this point, your son, because of now, you can tell it, convicted murderer, because of the murder of another teenager, you allowed your son to become the grifter that you needed your whole lives. You bought a house off the money. You bought cars off the money.
So awful.
You didn't provide for his defense with the money.
Used a public defender.
You used a public defender. And now you have more of these people that are stepping forward and saying, yeah, I'll donate. Maybe you'll get him another trial. And the biggest lie of all of it, and you'll hear the parents go through it, the all-white jury. All right, take a listen. This was them on CBS show in the morning and being interviewed on what their thoughts about the trial was.
My son didn't intend to hurt anyone. My son was defending himself.
Take us inside that courtroom. What stuck out to you?
What stuck out to me, number one, was the all-white jury. But I was trying to be, all right, it's not that big of a deal. I mean, the truth is on our side.
At the sentencing hearing, the defense...
Okay, that's really the part I wanted to get out of the way. As Carmelo Anthony's father talks about the all-white jury. Now, in his worldview, and oftentimes we see this when it comes to the liberal worldview. For instance, this entire show is an all-white show.
According to the liberal point of view, yes.
Yes. In fact, our most of our building, you would be like, oh, black guy, black guy, black guy, black guy. But it's all white after that. I'm like, no, it's not.
No, you're exactly right. Including you.
Exactly. But that is the worldview that Carmelo Anthony's father has. Because on that jury, Asian, Hispanic, Indian, and a Middle Eastern juror.
All white jury.
But there wasn't a black jury member, so clearly that then means, well, all white jury.
Yeah.
Like, okay. This stuff continues, and they continue to fuel it, in my opinion, in the interest, not of freeing their son. Their son's going to be in prison for 15, 20 years. Got 30 years. He's going to do most of it. They're doing this to continue the grift, which is maybe the grossest thing. Like, hey, our son made us all this money. Well, business was good. We got to keep business rolling here.
Dude, the grossest thing, one of the grossest things I've seen too, other than the pictures that I told you about, is Newsweek. Maybe you saw the headline from Newsweek that said, Rittenhouse walked. Anthony got 35 years. The cases differ, but America's judges fear by tribe, not law. What?
Kyle Rittenhouse went in front of a jury of his peers that included, again, wide, diverse racial group, and they turned him loose in part because on the stand, one of the people that he shot admitted to pulling a gun on him.
He defended himself from a group of people rushing him. And this is from Community Notes, which is great. Rittenhouse on video defends himself from a group rushing him, making it self-defense, was found not guilty. Carmelo Anthony, by testimony of his peers, stabbed Austin for being asked to leave. That's the Community Note, and it's exactly right. But look at the way they're trying to conflate it. They're trying to make this be a us versus them, and it's not.
Is it that do I just value truth enough to where, for instance, a Carmelo Anthony video, it's not out there for the public. The jurors who saw it and everybody saw it were like, okay, that's pretty brutal. If we ever saw it, we would probably be like, okay, I get exactly what happened. The stuff with Rittenhouse was so out in the open.
Yeah, because it was live streamed.
Because it was live streamed, most of it. You can see him running around a car trying to get this guy to leave him alone. Like, he's doing circles around a car as he's falling down, and eventually it's like, well, he's going to keep at me. He's going to keep attacking me. I'm shooting this person. And then the other person who he shot, he basically removed his bicep from existence. That person admitted on the stand that he raised a gun at him. And did he shoot at you? Did he raise his rifle at you at any point? No. When did he do it? When I raised my pistol at him.
Yeah. Well, and then same way on the stand for the Carmelo Anthony, the defense, the witness for the defense said he shouldn't have been there and he was the aggressor. Their own witness, who must have seen the video, knew what happened, said he was at fault.
Maybe. And this is just a suggestion. Like when I sent my 11-year-old to her swim meet yesterday, I thought, should I give her a blade?
No.
And then as a parent, I went, no.
Maybe not. Maybe not today. Maybe not today.
Maybe not today. Maybe not today. And for those parents that ask themselves, well, what are we going to tell our kids? Tell them to stop stabbing people.
That was the craziest thing.
How about tell them to act right?
Yeah.
It is this issue of taking responsibility and moving it to other people that don't have any responsibility in the matter. It's what I joke around about on this show. What was it a few weeks ago where I was like, listen, I don't know what's going to happen here or what kind of problems we have in the building, but no matter what, blame Whitey.
That's right. Yeah. Like Chris Farley. Was it Beverly Hills Ninja?
Just what you do.
That's right.
You just have to go down that road. And as long as you do it, everything turns out fine. Yeah. Right?
Yeah, well, the media will definitely jump behind you.
The media will jump behind you, but it's intellectually dishonest what these parents are doing. And it's gross, and it's a grift. And now that they have spoken in public, I think now is when you start to go, oh, now I understand how all of this went down.
Yeah, I got it. I see what's happening.
Because if there was something involving my child, there is no amount of money that would be too much for a legal defense. If I believed in if I'm willing to go on CBS and cry my eyeballs out about how it was self-defense,
I'm going to prove it.
You were given $1 million.
I'm going to prove it. And dude,
you were given $1 million.
How many times in big cases like this are there those lawyers that will stand up, those big time lawyers that'll, I'll take this. I'm not going to get paid on it, but the amount of exposure I'm going to get will be worth every penny.
In this country, when you have the right amount of money, you can mount a better legal defense than if you're using a public defender. They had $1 million, and they said, nah, let's spend it on a house.
And a car.
Rather than spending it on our son. And if there was enough gray area with a better attorney, maybe, because the rest of you had members of this country that decided, we'll give you the funds in order to create the legal defense that you needed. And they said, nah, let's spend it on a car and a house.
We're good.
We're good here.
Unreal.
Just really gross people.
And there must not have been any gray area, because I didn't see one major big-time lawyer like you normally see raise their hand for this.
It took 3 hours.
Yeah.
It took 3 hours for the jury to go back and say, okay, here's what we're going to do.
Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Coming up at 8 o'clock, Burt Jones just walked in with his team. He is here. He is going to ask you for your vote and give you the reasons that you should vote for him.
And we got to get into what happened last night.
That's right. Absolutely right.
Got more backing from President Donald Trump.
That's right, which broke on the show on our visit at Chiringa. 2 times that's happened. And we're going to ask him probably for his endorsement, too.
Yeah, I don't know how. When we're running for mornings, that's right. This is important. This is critical.
Vote Tug and Los on Extra 106.3. Burt Jones will join you next on Extra.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Okay, a double hitter today. The first one is short. I read a headline in the digital Atlanta Journal-Constitution talking about MARTA and the World Cup crowds coming to Atlanta. This MARTA official was saying they have to manage the public perception of danger on MARTA. Have you ever heard that perception becomes reality? The World Cup ought to be interesting. Too bad we don't have Bill Campbell around to really screw it up. Now, for my second part, you've heard, of course, of white privilege. All of the things that white people can do that nobody else can because we're so privileged. Things like work hard, attend class. Oh, don't get me started. Anyway, we have a young lady, Jennifer Sanchez. That's right, she is a POC, and she's a third-year ethnic studies educator in California. Boy, what a career path he has in front of her. Anyway, she's writing and complaining about, and I can identify with this, old privilege, not white privilege, old privilege, adult supremacy. Constructs adults as developed, mature, intelligent, and experienced based solely on their age and ensures that adults control the resources and make the decisions in society. Oh, isn't that pitiful? How about this? When, according to adults, young people lack the superior decision-making capabilities, adults then get to create and enforce the rules for young people. And this adult superiority outweighs the consent of young people. I wonder how big her student loan balance is right now. And where will she get a job? Only one possible place. Right back in academia where she can write more nonsensical crap like this. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
The Morning Extra, starting your day the right way. Weekdays from 6 to 10 a.m.
You did good, sweetheart. You did real good.
Totally great.
That's what you did. Jill Biden, all of a sudden, out of the blue. I don't know if she's trying to rewrite history. I don't know what she's doing. All of a sudden, she is now saying Joe Biden was having a medical emergency during the
2024 debate.
The debate that just went south right quick. Listen.
I was frightened because I had never, ever seen Joe like that before or since. Never.
Or since.
Yes.
Joe Biden was so healthy, Jill thought he was having a stroke. Now, the media told you he was just fine.
Everything's good.
That he was good to go. He's running circles around people. The only thing I can figure is that Jill, at this point, is trying to rewrite history. That way, Joe doesn't go down as the worst president of all time. I don't think her efforts are going to succeed, but that's the only reason I can figure she would do something like that.
Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station is Extra 106.3. WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
A deal with Iran could be signed this weekend. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. That's what President Trump says.
We ended the war with Iran today, and they have agreed never to have a nuclear weapon.
That was during his call into a rally in Georgia for Republican candidate for Governor Burt Jones, hours after the president announced he'd called off a third straight night of attacks on Iran. Fox Business's Max Gordon reports from Dubai.
According to Iranian state media, the 14-page draft includes U.S. commitments to lift sanctions on Iran, withdraw troops, and release frozen Iranian funds. But final negotiations still need to tackle nuclear and economic issues. Iran's foreign ministry says much of the agreement has been outlined, but nothing is currently finalized.
There was another skirmish in the Strait of Hormuz. A U.S. official tells Fox Iran tried to attack commercial ships, but American forces shot down 2 drones. Despite that, oil prices are down more than 3% on the potential for a deal. There's another 86-47 formation. Weeks after former FBI Director James Comey was indicted, accused of threatening President Trump in a social media post showing that in seashells on a beach, the new one was found burned into a lawn near the Washington Monument.
The Department of Interior is calling this an act of deranged vandalism, with authorities not only trying to figure out who did this, but also what caused the discoloration in the grass.
Fox's Alexandria Hoff at the White House. The president's name has to be taken off the Kennedy Center in Washington by today unless an appeal stops that.
It's a last-minute legal push to make sure the facility stays as the Trump Kennedy Center. A source tells Associated Press the center's board voted to seek a stay of court ruling that said President Trump's name was illegally added to the center. The judge in the case had ruled only Congress could change the name of the facility and ordered all references to Trump be removed.
That's Fox's Jill Nato. The World Cup's underway. Team USA plays Paraguay tonight at Los Angeles Stadium. America's listening to Fox News.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-809-7171. That's 800-809-7171.
If you want unlimited talk, text, and data on a crazy fast network, Big Wireless will sell it to you right now for as little as $70 a month. Or you can buy it from Pure Talk for half of that. I'm talking about unlimited talk, text, and unlimited data for just $34.99 a month. Stop paying the big guys twice what you need to. Dial pound 250, say my name. That's pound 250 micro to switch to Pure Talk, where the savings are truly unlimited.
No traffic, no big deal. It's the Morning Extra on 106.3.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3. We are joined this morning by our friend Burt Jones. He's been coming on this show since he was running for lieutenant governor several years back. It's great to have you back.
Good morning, guys.
Yeah.
Good to be with y'all, and always good to be on y'all's show. I was actually glad to be here because I got to catch up on actually what's going on in sports right now. I've been so consumed with this politics. I was like, so how are the Braves doing out there? And they're like, they got the best record in the league right now.
That's exactly right. We actually, when we were at Chiringa on Tuesday night, you talked about that because you said you're keeping up with the Diamond Dogs a little bit, but it's hard because of the travel. Because I know you've been down near Savannah and Pooler and that whole area, then been up in North Georgia, so you've been on the road nonstop. I understand why it's hard to keep up.
Yeah, it is, and of course, I would love to be going out to Omaha to see my Bulldogs play in the World Series right now, but maybe they could win this weekend, and after Tuesday, I'll have a chance to go see them. Hopefully.
There you go. Yeah, Saturday night, 8 p.m. is when they play. But I'm surprised that that you didn't have a little trailer coming in. And I don't mean something you pull behind a car. I'm talking about a person. I can't we were just having a discussion. I can't wrap my head around this as Burt Jones joins us and asks for your vote for governor on Tuesday. If you don't get out and early vote, we encourage you to do that. But definitely on Tuesday, go out and pull the lever for Burt
Today's
Jones.
The last day for early voting.
Last day.
Yeah.
So if you don't get it done today, then on Tuesday to do it. But you have pictures of where somebody has defaced one of your campaign signs. And this dude's name is, what was it? Cobra Commando? What is it?
He calls himself, his ring name is King Cobra, or Kid Cobra. Kid Cobra.
I'm surprised he's not in here.
I tell you what, he's been tracking me, and this guy, he's a beaut, man. But we ran into him the other day, and he's a heckler. He holds his video camera on you, and he's obviously hired by the opposition to just harass you at your events or whatever. But we figured out who he was, and I caught him off guard because he's an MMA fighter out of South Dakota.
But a paid agitator. That's the thing that's the part that people need to understand. But also an MMA fighter.
Yeah. Bare knuckles fighter. Okay. And so, anyways, I checked out his YouTube, and so yesterday,
while you're in between campaign stops.
Yeah, I checked it out, and so yesterday when I saw him, I could tell he put his camera on me, and he's about to start just hollering questions at me, and I go, King Cobra, what's up, baby? What's she doing? You didn't tell me you're a fighter here. So, and he was totally taken off guard. I was like, what's your record, buddy? And he starts spatting off his record, and I go, what weight class? He goes, 147. I go, well, you're not in fighting weight right now. I can tell.
You've been to the Waffle House, kid.
Yeah, exactly.
I love that. Burt Jones is our guest in studio. So let's talk about this race, because with the amount of money, as you were even talking about during the break, we've never seen this in the state of Georgia. We've had, obviously races in the past several years where it comes down to the Republican, the Democrat. We've never seen something like this in the primary level like this.
Yeah. No, it's been wild. It's been the most expensive governor's race in the country. There's been over, $200 million has been spent in this race, which is unheard of. I mean, it's never ever approached anything. Those are presidential numbers right there. So obviously all that's been spent, majority of it has been spent by my opponent here, and when we should be talking about the issues, when we should be talking about the things that people care about, it's just been one. It's just been who can rush to the gutter the fastest. It seems like one mudslinging event after the other, and the only ones that benefit from something like this is the consultants. And that's a whole different story in and of itself. That profession right there on the political side. Yeah. But at any rate, obviously we had a great crowd in Statesboro, Georgia yesterday. We had another great crowd in Little Darien, Georgia. We were in Pooler, we were in Savannah, and had really good turnout, had really good enthusiasm and excitement. And so that's what we're feeling on the ground is a lot of people ready for this election to be over with, but a lot of people are going out and enthusiastically voting for myself. And I do think I'm the best candidate in this race. I think I'm the most conservative one in here, and we have the business background and legislative background of getting things done. So it won't be on the job training for me. But that like I said, I've had an average of 4 or 5 trackers at my campaign events, and they, like I said, those aren't really trackers; those are agitators. Okay. Because I mean, they're paid by the opposition. Look, I've got a Democratic tracker. This little young lady from Valdosta, she's been following us around the whole campaign trail. She's as nice and sweet as she could be. We welcome her to every one of our events and even know her by name. And I always say, like yesterday, I was just sitting there. I was like, "How are you doing?" I called her by her first name and everything. I mean, she's doing her job. She's there to record whatever I say or whatever.
In hopes to use it social media wise or anything down the road.
But she's very polite, and she's she has manners, and
at least she's from Georgia.
Yeah,
what I mean.
Yeah, right?
If she's not trying to interrupt you, then I don't see an issue with it.
No, she's just quietly sitting there. So that's the difference between somebody who's, just doing what they're paid to do, and then others who are coming there and just trying to create a moment, hollering at you and disrupt and all that other kind of stuff. So, anyways, there's a right way to do things and a wrong way, and I have to give whoever's paying her on the Democratic side of things
compliment. She does it the right way.
I was like, she's a nice young lady.
Well, it has to be Keisha, right? I mean, it has to be Keisha Lance Bottoms because she's going to be the Democrat. I mean, who else would be there?
Yeah.
Maybe the DNC, I guess.
Could be
possibly.
DNC. I mean, she's been this young lady's been following me around since the start of the election. So, but like I said, she's been fine. That's right. But it's been these other ones hired by my current opponent that has been doing this. But like I said, anyways, it's supposed to be a distraction, and we've spent more time talking about it than we
probably should. So let's get to the issues. When you're on the ground, what is the number one thing that people are asking you about? Because I know property tax is a big deal. I know the income tax is a big deal. Is it always taxes, or there's maybe it's data center? What is it?
Well, I mean, it just depends on where you are in the state, quite frankly. And I'll be honest with you, at this point in time in the campaign, obviously early voting is into early voting today, elections on Tuesday. I think people are just looking for somebody they think is being trustworthy with them or being honest with them about their campaign, because there's been so much deception that's been put out there. People are really confused right now. And the only reason why I have been able to withstand this onslaught, $200 million being spent against me, is because two reasons. Number one, I've got the endorsement of not just the President of the United States, but also all these sheriffs around the state, business leaders around the state, and House and Senate members from around the state, the whole congressional delegation. They all know me. They're not supporting me because I gave money to their campaign committee. They're supporting me because we have all worked together at some point in time, whether it's in my business or whether it's in my business or with other people around the state or in my role as public service. People know me. They trust me. They know where I am character-wise, and they know when I tell them I'm going to do something, I'm going to deliver on that. Otherwise, if I had if I had the reputation that they portray me to have, as I told y'all the other night, it's like they portray me like I'm Pablo Escobar. I mean, it's like it is unbelievable the nonsense that has come out of those. But there's so many. The reason why I won 127 counties out of 159 is because I have people out there advocating for me that know me personally, and that's what's been my saving grace.
Burt Jones is our guest, and I think that's been an important factor when I have talked to people that whenever you're confused, people tend to go with brand loyalty. And it's, I know who Burt Jones is. I know his record. Right. This is the reason why. I think that's really been a big benefit. When I've talked to people, and it's because of the amount of money, there's a lot of confusion. Mm-hmm. And it goes back to, well, I know who he is, and I know what he's done, and I know what he stands for. That's why you're earning those votes.
Mm-hmm. That's right. That's right. And usually, look, a race like this, it always comes down to when somebody doesn't know, they usually reach out to somebody they trust, friends with, family member, whatever, and they say, well, who are we voting for? I don't know, and so
it happens here all the time.
9 out of 10 times when your friend tells you who they're voting for, and you don't know one way or the other,
you just go with
because
them. It's the name you recognize on the ballot.
Exactly.
That's why incumbents are so hard to beat, right?
Because you got that I beside their name.
That's right, absolutely. And probably you've heard their name before.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's the struggle that Rick Jackson has right now, is the fact that people still, he spent a lot of money, and people still, that's the number one question that comes in. Who is this guy?
Right.
What's he about? I don't understand what he's about, and I think most people kind of get what you're about because they've seen it.
Yeah. So, I mean, look, you go to his home county, and you have a hard time finding somebody who knows him. You come to my home county, they can tell you where I was born, what I like to eat.
I had somebody tell me, like, I know Burt Jones's cousin. I was like, okay, there's just another. It's his connection.
There's nothing more Georgia than that.
Yeah. I know his cousin.
I know his cousin. Or if you go to the local Waffle House in Jackson, they will tell you, Burt and Jan come in here every Saturday morning at whatever time.
That's right. And probably know what I order. Yeah, exactly right. Because I don't know about you, my Waffle House order never changes.
No,
I never deviate. I always. But that says a lot about kind of who we are, right? We always do the same things. We always, and that's kind of what you've done politically. You've always done what is conservative and what's right for the state of Georgia.
Absolutely. I mean, look, I'm the same person I was, when I graduated from University of Georgia. I've just been a consistent conservative guy, common sense driven, with a business background. And when I served in the state Senate, you didn't find anybody that had a more conservative track record. I've never been a bomb thrower, but I'm not afraid to, fight the necessary fights that you got to have every once in a while. I've always been very consistent, always been able to work with whoever, whether Republicans or Democrats. But I just hope the Georgians will see that on Tuesday and realize that, I'm the genuine article, I'm the genuine conservative in this race, and that everything else on the other side is just a Hollywood production.
Burt Jones is our guest running for Georgia governor with early voting ends today, and then obviously we'll have Tuesday, we'll have the vote as well, so get out and make sure that you have your vote counted. Want to ask you about, you get through this process, you go beat Keisha Lance Bottoms, a lot of meat on the bone when it comes to taxes in this state. What is kind of the plan as governor from a policy perspective you would look to attack first?
Obviously, there's three things that I would like to see us address. Number one is I'd like to see us continue to cut our state income tax. If we've done it 4 years in a row, I'd like to see us continue to do that. On property taxes, we capped assessments this past year, which is going to go into effect July 1. But I'd like to see us continue to work on lowering property taxes for homeowners, and there is a way to do that. But you have to do it legislatively. You just can't, sign an executive order as governor. You have to do it legislatively, but there is a way to do that. And insurance costs. We've got to get insurance costs under control, because it doesn't matter if it's a home, your automobile, or business insurance, workman's comp, all that stuff. The insurance costs has gotten to be a real serious line item in people's day-to-day lives, and so we've got to get that addressed.
I was just looking at something that somebody sent me, because people are so dialed into this race, and this should make you smile when you see what Polymarket had laid out, and it was just a pretty big victory on your side, according to Polymarket.
Is that a factor now? Because that's changed here in the last several years, where the betting markets are now kind of reflective and sometimes better than polling.
So, sometimes they are better than poll. I think it's gotten so difficult to get accurate polling now because there's no landlines anymore. People, you don't
recognize the number, you don't answer it.
Exactly, and a lot of people definitely don't take the surveys, look, I have a cousin that follows that stuff religiously. It lives in Forsyth County.
Back to cousins, I love it.
Cousins, right?
This is a Georgia interview if I've ever heard one.
He called me 2 days before the election this last cycle, and he goes, "You're not gonna believe this. You've gone from like 30% chance of winning, all of a sudden up. You're climbing. You're like 60, and then he on the election day it was like 75%, and it switched in 48 hours time frame."
The strange thing about it, because when Polymarket hit the scene, and this was more so in the 2024 presidential election,
right?
They were the first one that said Donald Trump's going to win all 7 swing states, and we, as just people that cover and do this every day, we're like, what are the chances?
Yeah, but that sounds great.
It sounds great, but there's no... Got all 7 swing states. Couchy is the same thing. It has your numbers up there as winning this.
Yeah. So, we hope they're right.
That's to say, you pick up the phone call or you put down your money. People are putting down their money.
But see, that's the difference, though, right? Is people putting their money. I mean, that's
look.
I guess there's some degenerates out there just like, I'll bet on anything.
And me, yes, I will.
My cousin Curtis is one of them.
Right.
You know what I mean? So you just never know. He just got out of jail. He might bet on anything. But I think when most people put their money down, they truly believe something is moving that way. And the polling seems to indicate it's tight, but I don't trust polling.
Yeah. It's gotten, the numbers are all over the place, so it's gotten really hard, like I said, I think, to gauge the polling numbers. But I will say this, when you always have your people that donate to your campaign, whether it's $5 or however much, those folks, when you have literally thousands of those who participate with that, which we've been very fortunate. We have literally thousands of donors around the state, and they have not backed away. So they keep, they're generously still giving to our campaign, and so when you have people who are not getting alligator arms on you, as far as the money is concerned, and a person who'll give to you, they're going to get out and work for you, and because they're totally committed to you. So that's what we've had. It's the reason why we had over 40,000 people on the town hall meeting with President Trump last night. Enthusiastic people who are, who are fans of wanted to see us win on Tuesday. And obviously they're fans of the president, but they're engaged with what's going on here in Georgia. And so we just want people to get out and vote. And I think they'll vote the right way when they get there.
No, I think you're right. Let's talk about that President Trump tele-rally. Second one that he's done. I mean, he does have a few things going on.
Right.
He's,
right.
But he's making time for you.
But that's the point.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got the SAVE Act that needs to be passed, and he's working on that. He's got a war that he's conducting against a regime that has deserved everything that they're getting right now for years and years and years, but is willing to take the time to say Georgia's an important enough state for America, but also conservatives and Republicans, and has time for you. When he reaches out, I mean, is it, hey, here's the date we're going to do it, or how does that all come down?
Obviously, always when I reach out, he'll ask what's going on in the race and everything, and then he'll ask what can I do, and I'll just make a couple of suggestions. Obviously, he's going to do what he wants to do, but no, he really is a friend, and he calls and checks on things, and it's amazing. Sometimes it'll be 1 a.m. Sometimes you just don't ever know. But he was gracious enough to do that for us last night. He does care about the election. Look, he's a loyal guy, and
values loyalty,
and he does value loyalty. You remember the guy I'm running against gave him $1 million, and the whole reason to give him $1 million was to try to neutralize him. He never had supported him before in the past. He doesn't let that. He's like, nah, Bert's my guy, and I'm going to continue to support him. And he has not, he's done 2 town halls for me. He's done multiple endorsements on his platforms, as well as several videos from the Oval Office. So, look, I can't say enough good things about President Trump and the support he has shown me. But he also knows that I'm the best candidate in the race, and look, we got to win that Senate race, so we got to have a good ticket. You've got to have those 2 at the top of the ticket in the governor's and U.S. Senate race. They almost have to be running together to combat what we're going to be up against in November.
Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. We will come back with Burt Jones and talk about I've seen a new ad and the successes that you and Brian Kemp have had.
Sure,
and which I think most people thought it was. Burt Trump and Kemp was not going to be a factor. I think that is people are misguided if they think that. I want to talk about the Kemp connection next on Extra 106.3.
All right.
Wherever you are in Georgia, you can stream Extra 106.3 and crystal clear digital with the all-new Extra 106.3 app. Get Extra's live on-air stream in real time, or go back and listen to all your favorite shows, Neil Bortz, or original podcasts, no matter where you go. Grab the Extra 106.3 app now and start streaming.
Check your power bill from last summer. You want to repeat? Well, hey, it's the camera. I trust my friend Jeff at Peach State Windows. Cooling costs more than heat does, and your old windows let that heat in. Peach State Windows uses heat-reflective glass to keep cool air in, the heat out. 8 premium double-hung Energy Star windows installed for just $39.95. 0% financing for 12 months. PeachStateWindows.com. Here's the number, 770-485-8011. PeachStateWindows.com.
I'm Michelle Stovall, and our company has been family-owned and operated for 75 years. Check us out at StovallINC.com, or better yet, stop by our newly opened 11th store at 9500 Union Hill Road in Canton. At Stovall, we supply you with all your landscaping project needs, completely hassle-free down to delivery. Been dreaming of an outdoor kitchen, fireplace, or other custom paver project? We partner with Keystone Hardscapes for all your beautiful high-end concrete needs. We look forward to making your landscape dreams come true. Stovall has it all.
Hey, it's Front Office Los with Tom, the honest car guy. Let's talk about the new way to buy a car in 2026. Tell me how you can save clients thousands of dollars in this process.
I got a customer here, Jeff Everhart. I met him today first time because I delivered his 25 model Honda Pilot, fully loaded with only 16,000 miles on it. Jeff,
Answer Los's question about that one.
It was actually shocking. I mean, you hear the advertisements, you want to believe it, and then when you go through with the sale, and there's no extras, there's no dock fees, there's no storage fees, no transportation fees. The price I was given was the price that I paid plus their honest fee. I did save thousands of dollars, and it was a very quick sale.
Well, we appreciate that.
And did it from my living room.
Did it from your living room.
Friends, if you're in the market for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, get an honest car buy from the Honest Car Guy. You pay what we pay, plus an honest fee, and we back that up by giving you the bill of sale. That's our transparency guarantee. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME-1, or visit honestcarguy.com.
Epic parties start at Staples. Now you can grab Party City balloons, decorations, and tableware, plus matching custom invites, banners, and more right at Staples. That was easy.
You have moments in your life that really make a difference.
Rick Jackson, a Christian story.
So as a child, my mother worked at night, so I ate by myself a lot, unless she was drunk. So I go in this foster home. They had 5 children. It was the loudest place I've ever been in my life. So anyway, we're at the dinner table, and then all of a sudden they quietened down, they held hands, and they prayed. As soon as I saw that, I said, that's what I want when I grow up.
Rick Jackson, a Christian story.
You see, going to church is one kind of Christianity, but when you sit in the home, it's a totally different environment. And that really made a huge impression on me.
Rick Jackson for Georgia. Early voting is now open. The runoff election is Tuesday, June 16th. Paid for by Jackson for Governor, Inc.
The Democrats, if you're a conservative, they're not your friend. They don't like you. The establishment Republicans hate you. They can't stand you. They can't imagine how they have to deal with the conservatives to get stuff done. They're grossed out by it. In fact, they might hate you more than Democrats do.
The Morning Extra, 6 to 10 a.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app. The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your Georgia headlines. In Atlanta, 2 out-of-state activists, Katie Cloth of Colorado and Tyler Norman of Wisconsin, now face federal arson charges. A grand jury said they used fire and explosives to damage construction equipment at the Atlanta Public Safety Training Center, trying to intimidate workers. Prosecutors say violent protests will not be tolerated. A man in Rockdale County narrowly escaped death when his Range Rover caught fire on I-20. Gabe Lustman says flames suddenly erupted with no warning. He jumped through the blaze just before the SUV exploded in a massive fireball. A truck driver in Atlanta who was trapped under his rig after a terrifying crash is sharing his remarkable recovery. Paris Thompson said 2 brave bystanders rushed in, jacked up the truck, and pulled him to safety just in time. Now, back on the road to recovery, he's thanking the everyday heroes who saved his life. Today's weather, expect a hot and humid day near 93, mostly sunny skies with a stray afternoon thunderstorm possible. Tonight, partly cloudy, lows around 74. Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3. Download the app so you can listen live and on demand. If you missed any of the first segment with Burt Jones, then you can go back and listen to it on the Extra 106.3 app. It will be available there for you. I want to talk about the endorsement I thought that existed, and that is the endorsement from Brian Kemp. He's endorsed no one. There's been no endorsement of that. I do this every day, and I didn't know that. So I guess my thing is, if I can be fooled, and I'm never the smartest guy in the room. I say that to Los all the time. I'm never the smartest guy in the room, but I'm never the dumbest guy in the room.
Right.
And that one got me. Do you see that affecting the campaign, affecting the race? How do you deal with that? How do you diffuse that and say, and I guess through ads maybe?
Well, I mean, obviously they took an interview where Governor Kemp was asked about the governor's race. It was back during the Masters. He had nice things to say about me. He had nice things to say about my opponent, and but he's basically saying he's staying out of it. And he just said that in the interview. Well, they splice that up and they put it on a commercial, and deceptiveness. I'm telling you, it's deceptive as all get out. But you got to think they came out of the gate saying they were the Trump endorsed person. person, out of the gate, or the Trump candidate, or so to speak. And he didn't. They've never had the endorsement. Now they pivoted and said they were the Kemp endorsed candidate. Governor's never endorsed in the race. In fact, he was gracious enough to do an interview basically saying I hadn't endorsed anybody, and so that is that is just a deceptive way of doing things. But I'll be honest with you, this whole AI thing and how you can generate commercials and generate so much image and and sound of a person and an individual, it's really kind of scary where we're going as far as in the political arena is concerned, because people just, if you have enough money, to really push it out there, you can push all kinds of false narratives, and so so I don't know how that's going to change moving forward, because this was the first time AI has come so far as being able to create images or or commercials or anything else. It's come so far in just in the last 6 months. No telling where it'll be next election cycle, and I don't know how people can be able to dig into what's true and what's not true, especially when people go online and they look you up, and there's also groups out there that can be hired to depress what your message is trying to be, or try to change your bio and everything. I mean, it's wild what's going on out there.
Well, let's talk about that future, because a lot of the discussion then comes down to data centers and where they're going all around the state, all around the country. But there is another side of that pancake for everyone who talks about, well, I don't want it in my backyard. There's other counties that are saying, no, I'll take that tax revenue. I'll take that opportunity.
Well, it's and I've been telling people, and I've pushed for this for the last 2 years. We don't need to be doing tax incentives or tax breaks or tax abatements to that industry, and I've been very clear on that. That's not being against them. I'm just saying they need to pay their load. I mean, if it's going to cost,
if the mom and pop does it, they need to do it too.
Exactly. And I've always said that and I tell that to the local counties that are have potentially have one that's coming. I was like, do not give all your property taxes away. Use this to offset the property taxes that your homeowners are paying. And there are some counties who have done that, and they're going to eliminate property taxes for all their residents, all their homeowners. And when the homeowners hear that, the opposition is less. I can assure you that. In fact, it goes to zero. But
when it takes, I mean, as incredible as AI is, and it is, to create one image is the same to charge this phone from 0 all the way to 100%. It takes that much energy to create one image, and people are creating thousands and thousands and thousands. So we need data centers. I know people don't want them in their backyard. What is the give and take? Because right down the road, they're pushing back on one here in Marietta, right on here near the ballpark. What's the give and take? How do you balance that with people who want it versus don't?
Well, I mean, look, you don't force it on anybody. Obviously, these are and in all these cases, these are private owners who are selling their property to an entity, that is, the end user might be a data center, whatever it might be. But they got to go through the chain process of getting approved, and all that. And, most counties have, a planning and zoning, and they have the county commission board, and they have to go through that approval. And look, if the locals don't want it, there's, the county commissioners, they're elected officials, and, then they need to do what the will of the people want or don't want. So, but they're not all of them are. Not everybody is fighting it, but
I don't think many people realize that there's places that actually want them.
Yeah.
I think that's something that doesn't get talked about a lot.
Right, and then but there ought not be eminent domain. Shouldn't take place. I mean, this is whatever happens, it needs to be a willing buyer and a willing seller, and then let the locals determine whether or not they want it. The technology is, we were just laughing offline a little bit. The technology is getting so to the point where Elon will probably have you a satellite thing about the size of a
like a laptop or something.
Yeah, like a toaster that does all of this.
Exactly. That's very good. A toaster they'll put up in the sky and hold all this data. So who knows?
Pretty incredible stuff. Bert Jones is our guest. Let's talk about that future, especially for the Georgia economy. I think Brian Kemp has been very admirable with the stuff he's tried to do here, and I compliment him all the time for opening up during COVID and getting the state economy back rolling the way it was.
Yep.
But now it's the future, and I think the future is obviously technology and developing those students in our schools, but at the same time, the trades, because we have a lot of young people that are rediscovering, hey, I can own my own plumbing company and do pretty well here. What do you see as the future for our Georgians?
Oh, look, I've been pushing that too for the last 4 years. Look, and today's time, there's so many opportunities out there that do not require a 4-year college education. And we've, I think, done our young people a disservice the last 25 years, making them believe that you've got to go get a 4-year degree in order to be successful in life. That's just not true. You do need to be taught skill sets at an early age. And I've always been pushing these college and career academies. I'd like to see them started in the 8th grade. We're teaching our trade, and we have some great examples around the state already. In fact, Linda McMahon, who's Secretary of Education, she came down and wanted to tour one of our college and career academies, and we took her to Coweta County, where they do a great job down there, and they start right there in high school. They have a lot of kids that go through the college and career program, and they're ready when they get out of school. They're either ready to be aviators or electricians or plumbers or dental hygienists. I mean, they've got all kinds of stuff, and Linda McMahon was like, this is the model that we need to be doing with our public education, to not only just teaching the people the basics, reading, writing, and arithmetic, but also for those who maybe not be on that 4-year trajectory or don't want to be on that 4-year college trajectory, they can learn something that might take their interest, and they enjoy doing it or actually know how to do it. So that is something we've really been pushing in the 4 years I've been lieutenant governor, as well as really investing in our tech schools and everything else. Because look, Georgia, we're at 2% unemployment. That is above the national average. When you go around, we got a very, very, very diverse business base here, whether you talk about what goes on at the port, what goes on in the agriculture business, manufacturing, retail, hospitality, film. Georgia has a lot of variety here in the state. And every business owner I go to be like, I wish I could hire 5 more people or 10 more people, And so the job opportunities are out there. But we've got to grow our workforce organically, and that starts in your school systems by teaching those trades, and as well as your college, technical colleges as well.
What's some things that you feel like we need to do better in the school system? Obviously, Mississippi is even leapfrogged us. They've leapfrogged a lot of people just going back to the basics. Mm-hmm. From the governor's seat, when you're elected to that position, how do you navigate that? How do you put us in a better position? What needs to be done to make us more competitive in that area?
Well, you got to get everybody on the same page. And so that means your statewide school superintendent, from your university systems who are teaching your future educators, and that's something we did a couple of years ago. We went back to teaching phonics, in our university systems. And I think it's a combination of we really got to concentrate, and we did a good job of putting some resources in the budget this past year of early childhood literacy. That's important. Also putting more emphasis on classroom sizes, fewer kids in the classroom for teacher ratio, helping teachers with resources in the classroom, but also having the appropriate trained people who can diagnose those kids that have those learning disabilities or are dyslexic. And there's a lot of kids that don't learn well in the traditional public school setting or school setting, but they do learn really well if you identify what their strengths are,
or the struggles.
And exactly. And a lot of time with kids with learning disabilities or dyslexia, it's just a lot of times it's, reading comprehension or something else, but they have a lot of very good skill sets. And I think you lose a lot of kids that don't get identified early of having a learning disability, but they end up just giving up on school because they become frustrated, And so we are putting more resources into having trained professionals in our school systems who can help identify that, so we can get those kids in the right setting and on a good path.
Burt Jones is our guest. I want to ask you a question as a former collegiate athlete, because I think that obviously it's a big deal in this state, and it looks more and more like we're going to need leadership at maybe it's the local, maybe it's conference, maybe it's the federal level. We got a chance to talk about as conservatives, I think you should make the money that you can command in the marketplace. At the same time, NIL is going to blow up so much of college sports. What the direction do you see all of this going? Because it's becoming pretty wild out there.
No, I mean, it's the Wild West, to be honest with you. Look, I was talking to an athletic director at a small school here in Georgia yesterday, who's a big supporter of mine, but he was telling me they lost 38 kids at this, Division III school, 38 kids this year to the portal. I mean, in a school, you got 65 kids on the roster on scholarship. You lose 38 in a year who are, already on campus. That hurts. And the amount of money, it's unsustainable. The amount of money that's being thrown around for the smaller schools to compete. So it's the only way you do it on a broad scale is either you've got to get the big conferences to get together and set the rules, or you have to get a congressional act to do it. Anything you try to do at the state level, all it does is put us at a disadvantage against everybody else. So I do think. Look, I've always said I was fortunate enough to be a scholarship athlete. I always said it is a full-time job, and the scholarship money isn't enough for most of the kids to live on. I always thought they should be. Look, we weren't even allowed to work. When I was in school, we weren't even allowed to work.
We weren't either. Couldn't hold a job.
Couldn't hold a job. I mean, I tried to work at a lumber yard during the summertime, and they're like, no.
Oh, the NCAA was always, why are they paying Burt $10,000 to move lumber? It's like, no, I'm making like $7 an hour.
Yeah.
And I'm carrying lumber. Good Lord.
I tell you what, I learned all the back streets of Athens when I worked for that lumber yard, because when I was a walk-on, I could work at the lumber yard. As soon as I became a scholarship athlete, they were like, no, you can't do that anymore. I'm like, this is ridiculous.
This is terrible, man.
So anyways, but there's a simple solution. I would say, you would cap it at a certain number on what each kid can make, $1 million, which is a good number for a 19-year-old kid.
Yeah, it is. And a 49-year-old kid.
Yeah, right. And hopefully not many kids would. You got to reset the market basically, and cap it, and then you've just put a limit on how many times they can transfer. I would say, you can't transfer more than one time, until you.
Well, and this is the danger to youth sports, because we now have both my daughters who play club volleyball. Mm-hmm. The club directors have told them, listen, take your Division III or Division II ride and play there a year, then go transfer to the bigger school, because that's the only way the bigger schools are going to look at you, because of unlimited transfers.
Yep.
It's wild.
It does not teach those kids, reality either.
No.
Obviously, that just teaches you if it doesn't go your way, well, we'll just quit and go somewhere else.
Yeah, I can't leave a marriage scot-free. I can't leave a job scot-free, but apparently college, no problem.
Right. So if you sign a commitment to a university or a contract to a vendor of the university who's sponsoring you, then there should be some real, consequences if you end up transferring or leaving or whatever. So
I'm going to call my mortgage company and tell them I want to run like college sports.
That's right.
Just one out of this 30-year thing.
Seriously, can we readjust that one on the fly?
Right.
You said something, Burt, as we wrap up here on the Morning Xtra. You said there's a simple solution when you're talking about college sports. Mm-hmm. Could you say that? Would you say that about most of the difficulties in the state of Georgia, that you feel like there's a simple solution and you know how to get to it?
Yeah. I absolutely. This isn't rocket science, that we're dealing with.
I've seen some of those legislators.
Yeah.
I believe you.
This isn't rocket science, and the reason why Georgia's had so much success is because a lot of this stuff is just common sense driven, and it's about getting the right people to around you, to obviously when you're managing anything, whether it's a big corporation or whether it's a state government or even the national level, you got to have good, competent people and put them in the right places, and put them in the right, in this case, agencies to oversee them. They need to have a background. They need to have a good understanding of what they're doing and not just be political appointees or whatever, which is really where a lot of this stuff goes wrong. But you put good, competent people in the right places and you ask enough questions, the right answers will always come forward. and that's true with basically anything we do.
Burt Jones asking for your vote. Last day of early voting. If you can't make it out today, which we encourage you to do, Tuesday is the day to go out and pull the levers. Is there any last thought you want to leave with voters or leave with anybody that might vote for you?
Look, like I said, they want a proven leader and a consistent business guy, common sense driven, who's got a great track record of winning with conservative issues for the state of Georgia. Done it for 4 years as lieutenant governor. It's been an honor to serve as lieutenant governor. I hope people will. I hope that I've gone out and earned people's vote because that's what we've been trying to do. And all we can ask is if you're for us, go vote today or Tuesday, and if you're not for us, we'll keep praying for you, and maybe we'll come to you on Tuesday.
Nothing more Southern than that. If you're not for me, I'm going to pray for you.
I will pray for you.
Bless your heart. I love it. Burt, continued success. Thank you so much for spending the time with us today.
Y'all the best. Enjoyed it.
This is the Morning Extra, and Extra 106.3, 8 o'clock hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier expert, 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com.
Extra 106.3 Sports, powered by 680 The Fan.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Friday, June 12th. The Atlanta Braves had the final game of their series with the Chicago White Sox rained out last night. A makeup date has been scheduled for August 20th. The team now moves on to New York for a series with the Mets. It'll be Spencer Strider on the mound. He'll be opposed by Nolan McLean. First pitch is set for 7:15 tonight. You can hear all the game action on our sister station, 680 The Fan, and for free on the Fan app. The World Cup for the U.S. men's national team begins tonight from SoFi Stadium in California as they take on Paraguay to open up group play. That match kicks off at 9 o'clock. The Carolina Hurricanes are now one game away from winning the Stanley Cup Finals. They beat the Vegas Golden Knights 4-2 last night. Game 6 is set for Sunday night. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina. Oh, hey, it's me again. Let's talk about Howard Brothers and Toro. When summer hits your lawn, well, the work doesn't slow down. You know that. It just keeps taking off. Well, hey, you got to make sure you keep working as well. That's where a Toro mower comes into play for you. Built for power, comfort, and smooth, reliable cuts every time. Toro helps you tackle tough grass and long days, and they do it with ease. You're not just cutting grass, you're getting the job done right. Find your Toro over at Howard Brothers. They've got the team and the machines to keep you mowing all season long. The grass is always greener with Toro and Howard Brothers.
Your yard, it stresses you out. Between the watering, the seeding, the weeding, and mowing. And no matter what you do, you're never satisfied. Have you thought about artificial turf? It's low maintenance, it's pet friendly, and it looks amazing all year round. Those in the know use ATL Turf Go. ATL Turf Go is Atlanta's top choice for artificial grass installation. Let them build you a backyard of your dreams with a custom golf or putting green, outdoor kitchen or pool deck. They even specialize in custom concrete and stonework. They handle everything from design and grading to construction and drainage solutions. So whether it's residential lawns or recreational sports fields, ATL Turf Co. can build you a stress-free space you'll love. So say goodbye to mowing, maintenance, and your wasted weekends. Learn more and schedule your free in-home consultation today. Call ATL Turf Co. 678-403-2339. That's 678-403-2339. Or visit atlturfco.com.
Gentlemen, listen up. When it's not hard, it's really hard. Did you know that 50% of men over 50 have some form of ED? It's true, and I'm one of them. ED followed me everywhere. Heck, even my initials are ED. I'm Dr. Eric Deal from Total Body Therapy of Georgia, and I know ED. It can lead to feelings of embarrassment, stress, and sadness. But there's good news. I can fix it. I fixed mine, and I can fix yours too. At Total Body Therapy of Georgia, we are experts in the P-shot, testosterone replacement, regenerative therapy, Trimix to create an erection, and more. Guys, ED won't get better on its own, but I can help you today. Call us at 404-777-1911. That's 404-777-1911, or learn about us more online at tbtofga.com. So take it from me, ED. Dr. Eric Deal at Total Body Therapy of Georgia. Call 404-777-1911 or online at tbtofga.com.
Let's be honest. All cars and all car dealerships are not created equally. So when you're buying a new Toyota, you're not buying a vehicle, you're protecting a major investment. That's why where you buy matters. For over 50 years, Marietta Toyota served our community with the reputation built on straight answers, real accountability, and doing business the right way, proudly here since 1975. They have realized since day one that giving the customer the best deal possible, more car than they thought they were going to get inside their budget, that's how you keep people coming back. Here's the difference you won't hear everywhere. Every new Toyota comes with our nationwide lifetime powertrain warranty. That's valid for unlimited time and unlimited mileage as long as you own your Toyota. That's long-term confidence backed by Toyota quality and, of course, supported by Marietta Toyota, a dealership that will be here after the sale with service and genuine Toyota parts on Cobb Parkway South. Visit Marietta Toyota on Cobb Parkway South, about 3 miles north of Truist Park. MariettaToyota.com. Visit Marietta Toyota. We've been here and we'll be here for you.
Nationwide lifetime powertrain warranty included with every new Toyota purchase. See dealer for coverage details, exclusions, and requirements.
Need advice on getting things fixed up around the house? No matter how big or small that project is, we've got your answers. Listen to us on the All Four Seasons Home Show presented by the Trusted Toolbox. Join Dan Watkins, owner of All Four Seasons Garage Entry Doors and Windows, and me, Chris Lalamia, your favorite handyman from the Trusted Toolbox, as we tackle all the issues, fixes, and honeydew projects around your home. Join us every Saturday morning at 9 a.m. or grab the podcast anytime on the Xtra 106.3 app.
For 250 years, Americans have believed in one powerful idea, that we were meant to live free to work hard, free to move, free to enjoy life without being held back. But if everyday aches and pains are slowing you down, might be time to declare your independence from pain, like I did. I love telling you every day about Relief Factor, the 100% drug-free, research-based formula designed to help your body fight inflammation, one of the root causes of pain. It's not a quick fix or a temporary mask. It works from the inside out, at the source. Relief Factor was created so that people could get back to living life on their terms, walking, working, exercising, enjoying the moments that truly matter. This year, as we celebrate 250 years of American independence, take a stand for your own freedom. To commemorate, we're offering a special patriotic price, just $17.76, so you can declare your independence from pain and take your control. Just $17.76 for a 3-week quick start. It's ready for you. Visit ReliefFactor.com or call 800-4-RELIEF.
The biggest candidates in Georgia are live on Xtra 106.3 FM.
Joined by gubernatorial candidate for the state of Georgia, Burt Jones.
So you can cut income tax and cut property taxes all at the same time. We capped property taxes earlier this year in session, and I would like to see us approach it just like we have the income tax. We do it very methodically and make sure that we're not just doing a knee-jerk reaction and then all of a sudden get a big hole in your budget. But on the property taxes, one simple thing that we could do is on your homestead exemption. You get $2,000 for your homestead exemption from the state. I think you would raise the homestead exemption up to at least the average price of a home. Could be $100,000, could be $150,000, and that immediately will give people a huge savings. And then long term, I think eliminating property taxes for homeowners would be the ideal situation for us to be in.
Candidates, the road to victory includes a stop at Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Xtra 106.3 FM and the Xtra app.
Tug and Los until 10 on Xtra 106.3. It's always great to see Burt Jones come in. He's been coming on this show since he was running for lieutenant governor, and it's always good to have him here. Los, you had a tweet that I think is dead on accurate, and we were talking about it, how we've covered every square inch of policy, the things you would do, the things you wouldn't, all those things. At this point, it seems to be, who can I relate to?
It's a race to likability is what it's come down to. The polling has been very tight. The betting markets have been favoring Burt Jones as of now. To me, I think it comes across as who can drive home likability and relatability in the last several days. And let's face it, like Rick Jackson did have the ad where it's his kids dressing him, and he's got the wild shirt on. Well, you might think, well, why are you doing that? It's like, because you're trying to create that likability and that ability to be able to relate in the last several days. Because right now, I think that's going to be Burt's strength. Is that you know who he is because he's been here.
Right. And in that same ad, the grandkids say, on the ads, you come off as mean. They're even talking about the ads that are running now. You come off as mean, Grandpa, you're not mean. that's setting that stage.
And when we've had him here, he's been a total gentleman, very likable, nice guy off the air.
Yes, 100%.
The stern person who's telling you about, if you do this is what will happen.
Yeah.
I think that is kind of run its course, and now it's a matter of, well, I don't want to come across as a taskmaster.
Yeah, I'm going to.
The grandkids know who I am, right?
But for voters, though, it makes me wonder if voters, when they know what needs to be done, right? We know some of the things that are difficult to talk about, and we talk about all the time, but not everybody does. Illegal immigration and all those things, and those ads are very direct about that, and I think that's equally as important.
I think it's important when people don't know you.
That's right. Absolutely.
And I think that was a good way to launch things.
And then you got to balance it out.
Whereas when we get a chance to talk with this a lot with Burt Jones while he was in studio. Burt's biggest plus is that he can point to a long history. Not just the Trump endorsement's huge, obviously. That's a monster considering what Trump has been able to do for candidates all around the country. If you get wrapped in MAGA, it's like, okay, that's the chef's kiss. It's almost I think like a 98% win rate. It's huge. But Burt also has his own set of, we've accomplished this at the state level, and I haven't changed. This is what we've been able to do. And so I think that's the trust factor, that reliability of like, okay, I know what this man's about. And so I think that's the race right now.
I think
likability and relatability.
And then getting people to the polls.
Yeah.
Because unfortunately, when you look back at the first primary that led to this runoff that is happening on Tuesday, Republicans were less than 1 million people in a state of 12 million here in Georgia?
And the belief is going to be that this is going to be determined by 700,000. That's what the numbers look like. That'll be even less than took part. Now, the turnout in the last general, I think we were doing, if I remember the correct number, it was like 2.6 to 2.5 million is what ended up being the difference in the presidential election. But 2.6 million is a lot different than 700,000.
That's exactly right.
700,000 is what's going to determine this. So I get it. That's the reason why everybody at the end of this thing is asking you, like, please get out there. And to me, I think the biggest factor at this point that motivates people to get to the polls is likability at the end of the day.
No doubt about it.
I like what this person says. I like them. I'm going to go. Because you don't want to. It's like with you. I don't want to disappoint you. I like you.
No, see, there we go, and I appreciate that.
There's other people in this building. I'm like, don't really care if I disappoint them.
Yes, exactly. No, I get it. I know exactly what's going on.
It's too bad they're upset.
Oh, well. Guess there will be tomorrow. I guess the sun will still come up. No, but
I was like, I'll go to the poll for somebody that I like. And you and I have talked about it. We have done this job just long enough to get it, but not long enough to at the same time go, hey, I think we still can get inspired by a candidate that's speaking inspirational information. Absolutely. We're not jaded in the fact that everybody's the same. It's it's like, okay, I'm not jaded at this.
And I think people want that inspiration. They want that hope.
Yeah.
They're looking for that hope. So if you can provide it, they will, like you're saying, they will get up and go vote. Can you deliver that, whether in message or interview or on social media? Can you deliver that message of hope that they are looking for, that we're all looking for? Because we know the left wants to tear down the country. We know it.
2016, if you remember, I didn't go vote for Donald Trump because I thought, well, he's going to build a wall. It's like, nobody ever builds a wall. That's not going to happen. He tried to build a wall. I'm like, okay, actually, awesome. I was doing it based off of, first off, wasn't Hillary. Second off, his plans for the tax code is what I'd been advocating for like 6 years. And the stuff he was bringing up, I was like, okay. And what was his first big piece of legislation? His tax cuts and how he changed the tax code. That was where I said, okay, I've been rewarded for what I was doing. That's where I think you're always looking for who's that person who's speaking to you and you agree with their politics and it's worth it. And if you like them, it's even better because then you'll show up to the poll.
Today's the final day of early voting. You got the weekend. And then Monday is, nothing's going on. Tuesday, Election Day. Get yourself out there and vote. Be a part of the system. Make it too big to rig. We say that all the time. But it's just important to be a part. Can the do-nothing Republicans in Washington get the SAVE Act done for you and me? Next on the Morning Extra.
time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Okay, a double hitter today. The first one is short. I read a headline in the digital Atlanta Journal-Constitution talking about MARTA and the World Cup crowds coming to Atlanta. This MARTA official was saying they have to manage the public perception of danger on MARTA. Have you ever heard that perception becomes reality? The World Cup ought to be interesting. Too bad we don't have Bill Campbell around to really screw it up. Now, for my second part, you've heard, of course, of white privilege. All of the things that white people can do that nobody else can because we're so privileged. Things like work hard, attend class. Oh, don't get me started. Anyway, we have a young lady, Jennifer Sanchez. That's right, she is a POC, and she's a third-year ethnic studies educator in California. Boy, what a career path he has in front of her. Anyway, she's writing and complaining about, and I can identify with this, old privilege, not white privilege, old privilege, adult supremacy. Constructs adults as developed, mature, intelligent, and experienced based solely on their age and ensures that adults control the resources and make the decisions in society. Oh, isn't that pitiful? How about this? When, according to adults, young people lack the superior decision-making capabilities, adults then get to create and enforce the rules for young people. And this adult superiority outweighs the consent of young people. I wonder how big her student loan balance is right now. And where will she get a job? Only one possible place. Right back in academia where she can write more nonsensical crap like this. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Congressman Tim Burchett joins us right here on the Morning Extra.
I've said this many times. It's not about flying saucers. It's not about little green men. It's about where the heck are the tens of millions of dollars are going. And if they don't exist, then why are they spending all this money?
The Morning Extra, 6 to 10 a.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app. Streaming across Georgia on the Extra 106.3 app. This is WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. Extra 106.3.
It's not a done deal. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. That's the word today from Iran, though its foreign ministry does say terms are mostly finalized in an agreement with the U.S. President Trump says there is a deal to end the war.
And most importantly, we have a deal that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon.
But the conflict isn't quite over. Fox Business's Max Gordon reports from Dubai.
U.S. forces reported shooting down 2 Iranian attack drones that were attempting to strike commercial vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. This after President Trump canceled strikes on Iran last night. President Trump also says that a memorandum of understanding between the United States and Iran could be signed in the next couple of days.
Oil will start coming down to, I think, even lower than it was before.
Oil prices are down almost 3% this morning. WTI about $85 a barrel. That's still $20 higher than before the conflict started. On Wall Street, stock futures are rising on hopes of a deal. The day after a market surge, the Dow gained more than 900 points, getting back Wednesday's big losses. And one stock could blast off at the opening bell in a half hour when SpaceX starts trading in the biggest initial public offering ever.
$75 billion worth of shares. We're expecting a share price of $135.
Fox Business Network's Jerry Willis.
If all goes according to plan, CEO Elon Musk could become the world's first trillionaire. In addition, and this is important, some 4,000 employees will become millionaires, at least on paper, due to their stock options.
That's Fox Business Network's Jerry Willis. An update on the search for Nancy Guthrie more than 3 months after she disappeared in Arizona.
A federal law enforcement source telling Fox News that Nancy Guthrie is still missing after an anonymous tip sparked a massive search in Mexico. The tip claimed that Nancy was in a shallow grave in Nogales.
That's Fox's Carly Shimkus, but there was no body found in that search. America's listening to Fox News.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-809-7171. That's 800-809-7171.
If you want unlimited talk, text, and data on a crazy fast network, Big Wireless will sell it to you right now for as little as $70 a month. Or you can buy it from Pure Talk for half of that. I'm talking about unlimited talk, text, and unlimited data for just $34.99 a month. Stop paying the big guys twice what you need to. Dial pound 250, say my name. That's pound 250 micro to switch to Pure Talk, where the savings are truly unlimited.
What do you say to anyone who still doesn't understand America First? Tell the left now at 404-741-1230 on the Morning Extra.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 1063. Glad that you're here. We're grateful to you. Morning, y'all. 404-741-1230 at Extra 1063 across the social media platforms. We are joined by Josh Tolbert. He is for Georgia Public Service Commission, District 5, an engineer for Georgia's energy future. And I didn't realize there's a DR in front of your name, partner.
Yeah, you don't want me if somebody has a heart attack, but yeah. I'm not the one you call.
I joked around with Tug because we were having fun with some of the people that, when they do get a doctorate and, somebody screams for a doctor in the house because somebody's having a heart attack. It's like, no. I fix other things.
Yes.
I'm not there for that one.
No, but it is impressive that you've, submerged yourself in education, make sure that you're the most qualified to do whatever job it is, including the Public Service Commission, man. Walk us through, introduce yourself to our listeners so they know who you are and what you're about and why you need this job.
Yeah, okay, thanks. First of all, thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here. So I think, personally, I'm a Christian, I'm a conservative, I'm a dad, I'm a husband. I've got 5 young kids. The oldest one's 8, so our house is a...
Wow, that's busy.
Yeah, a bit of a zoo.
Son.
Yeah.
Just glutton for punishment, too, huh?
But I am an engineer by background, and that's kind of my background is in energy systems. And, yes, I have several engineering degrees, but as my dad says... fancy degrees don't mean a whole lot if you don't have walking around sense.
That's
and so,
right.
and look, I went to engineering school with a lot of people I wouldn't let make me a sandwich, right? So sometimes you need to have that. So, worked with my hands in the trades, operating heavy equipment before I became an engineer. So I kind of think about it from a pragmatic, hands-on perspective. And just the Public Service Commission, for people that don't know, they oversee the decisions that Georgia Power makes. And these choices are super technical. When to build a power plant, what type of power plant to build, when to add grid infrastructure. And it shocked me when I learned there wasn't a single engineer on the commission. And so I said, hey, how are we making these decisions when we don't have a strong background in energy? And so that's why I'm running.
Josh Tolbert is our guest. Let me ask about that because we've seen the consequences, like state of Texas a few years ago when they got that winter storm. Shut down the whole state. I had my family in town. They wanted to fly home. Why? There's no power. To think that how important it is to make sure that we have our ducks in a row, that we have the right people that are helping put these programs together. Now, what do you see as the future for power in the state of Georgia and making sure that we are in a place where we can provide for everybody and also have a surplus of it?
Yeah, it's a great question. So I think that the purpose of the Public Service Commission is really to focus on providing reliable power that's affordable. I mean, we've seen 6 straight rate increases, 33% increase in power bills.
Oh, yes.
And I'm disappointed as a conservative that came from an all-conservative Public Service Commission. And so when we decide about what the energy future looks like, I really think it's a case-by-case basis. Instead of being an advocate of, I want this or I want that, what is the best fit for each individual case? What is going to provide the most reliable power at the most affordable price? And obviously we've got a lot of big questions coming up, a lot of new loads coming on the grid, and it's just important that we have somebody technically looking at these decisions and evaluating what's best for Georgians.
Josh Tolbert is running for Public Service Commission District 5. How do you prevent that, though, the 33% increases? Because I think people, they hear 33, they know their power bill, they're certain of that part. They probably didn't know the percentage, and that's a big number. when you're sitting in that seat, what are you going to do to make sure that they don't get a rate like that anymore, or at least it's greatly reduced, or as we move into the future, they don't struggle with giant pay increases?
It's really about looking at what are the purposes of the rate increases, what is the value, why are we doing it, and making sure it's the right decision. I mean, we've had 6 rate increases. 2 of them were due to Plant Vogtle cost overruns.
Ugh. Yes.
And we can talk about that.
Yeah.
I see you rolling your eyes over there.
That's a sore spot.
Yeah. It's just I think it's a sore spot for everybody.
It
because
is.
They told you this is going to be great. And maybe it will be at some point. It don't feel great right now.
It doesn't. And those were 2 really big rate increases. And so when you look at that, you're saying, hey, there were some cost overruns at no responsibility of the ratepayer, of you and me, but you and me get to pay for that. And so you and I get to pay for that. So I think that really just evaluating each one, determining what's the right decision. At the end of the day, what ends up happening from a practical standpoint is you have Georgia Power coming in with their experts and saying, this is what we need. And you have other experts saying, no, we need X, Y, or Z instead. But the commissioner has to make the decision. They're the one in the seat. Who's right and who's wrong? And my whole message on the campaign trail has been, how do you make that decision if you don't know a lot about energy systems? And that's why I'm running. That's what I bring as an engineer.
Josh Tolbert is our guest. So when I open up my regular power bill and I've seen the increases, I just go to this microphone and complain. I don't really get involved or anything.
Right. No, he's shortchanging. He's better at explaining than complaining, but I understand the complaint.
Whereas your origin story is like, what was the factor where you said, yeah, I'm going to run? Like, was it a combination of the lack of expertise in the field?
Or to just get pissed like everybody else?
Yeah. Because me, I just go in like, I'm going to complain in front of this microphone. You're like, no, I'm going to go change some stuff.
Yeah, so I won't make it a long-winded story. I ran for Senate District 35 last fall. I've been involved in interest in politics, never thought I would run. No Republican has run basically in 10 years in that seat. So I was going to run for that seat. It was a special election for Estevez that resigned to run for governor. That election overlapped with a PSC election last fall that I'm sure you guys covered. Our first week of early voting overlapped with their last week of early voting. 80% of my opponent's votes came in during that PSC portion of the election. PSC got 12% in our district. And I said, why are Republican PSC commissioners doing so poorly? So you start examining, you go, holy smokes, there's nobody on there that knows a lot about energy. And so it was a combination of wanting to serve the community and know that, look, this is my background. This is my wheelhouse. This is what I know about. And I just like, hey, I can ask the hard questions. I can dig into the details and make sure we're making the right decisions. And I'm not sure we've necessarily had that entirely.
Josh Tolbert running for PSC District 5. The other problem is that people who are voters don't understand the position, the public, the job that you're running for. They don't even know it exists.
Until the power bills go up.
Until the power bills, all of a sudden, absolutely. And then all of a sudden, the PSC becomes a big deal. But I'm not sure even then, if I'm being completely honest, that people dig in. Governor's sexy. It's a big banner. Everybody understands it. They understand Lieutenant Governor to a degree. Secretary of State, the Attorney General, they understand all of those, I believe. When it gets down to this, it's just not sexy.
It's not.
But it's so important. It's unbelievable. It's maybe just as important as any of the others that I mentioned.
You could argue it affects your daily monthly life more than governor, more than anything. And so,
which is the reason I bring it up.
Right. It's super important. And I would just, for people to explain in one sentence what the Public Service Commission is, if you understand that Georgia Power has a monopoly over 70% of the state, the job of the Public Service Commission, in my opinion, is to make sure that the decisions Georgia Power makes are similar to those they would make if the customer had a choice. I'm a believer in free market. I'm a believer in competitive. If you do that, Georgia Power gets to make a fair profit. Look, I'm not anti-Georgia Power.
Oh, me either.
We need a strong utility. But we need guardrails. We need to make sure that they're making the decisions similar to what they would if the customer could go to a different Georgia Power.
We talked about what your schedule looks like, that it's just been one thing after another, and that things will slow down a little bit, but you were joking around about fast forwarding to Tuesday. What is this entire process? Because as you just said, there was an open Senate seat as well.
Does it feel like you've been in one continuously long campaign for the better part of a year?
It does, and especially when you've never done this before, it even feels worse. You know, I'm not used to doing this, but yes, I mean, I am ready for Tuesday to get here. It has been energizing though. That on primary night we won 147 of 159 counties. We would have over 92% of the counties. We've got a 16-17 point lead going into this, so that's been able to be an energizer. It makes it a little easier to go to all these events in the runoff and know that your message is resonating. And the message is just super simple. This job is technical. It's time we send an engineer to do it. So, when you're at these events, the story kind of tells itself. I don't have to create creative ways to get people to think that I'm the right person for the job. It kind of just sells itself a bit. So that does make it easier.
Can you imagine if they were out on Georgia 400 or 75, 85, 285, and they were starting to build, and do the construction there, and they're like, "Hey, who's in charge here?" He's like, "Oh, it's Bill. Bill's in charge. Bill used to run a sandwich shop." You're like, well, but does Bill know how to build bridges? Are these bridges going to be safe?
Listen, it worked well for the Russians. Their entire nuclear program was run by people that used to sell shoes.
My point exactly.
Nothing to worry about here, guys.
Nobody would be okay with that.
No.
Nobody. So how in the world are they okay with the way it sits now? Because maybe they don't know.
I think look. If you were to poll what percentage of people know what the PSC is, even if you told them what the acronym stood for, it's a very small percentage of people. So the campaign has basically been, what is the PSC?
Yeah.
Because once you know what the PSC is, all I have to say is I have a background in energy, and convincing them I'm the best candidate has not been the hard part. Convincing them what the PSC is the hard part.
And I feel like we spent a lot of time on that with you, and I hope that's okay. Because I feel like that's where people are, man. They just don't know. They do not know. Data centers. Let's talk about that, because I know that's
the first time I've been asked about data centers.
I can only imagine.
That never comes up.
No.
When we were talking to Burt Jones earlier,
don't glaze over with here's my regular answer for that. It's like, it's
turn into Charlie Brown's teacher a little bit.
Such a big deal.
Well, but it is. I mean, right down the road, they're fighting a data center
up in Marietta.
Yeah. And so I'm sure you're well versed in that. And maybe you can give us the pros and cons of yes or no for Marietta. Why they should, why they shouldn't. How do we corral this? Because people only hear data center bad. And as I mentioned with Burt Jones, who's running for governor, I know it can't be all bad, because it takes the same amount of energy to charge your phone from 0 to 100% to create one image. We're creating hundreds of thousands of images and videos. It can't all be bad, but at the same time, I know there needs to be some real solid oversight.
Yeah, first of all, I am so thankful that the Public Service Commission does not decide if the data centers come or not. We just decide where they get their power and who pays for it.
Yeah. But still, I think that's a lot of power. It's to the point.
Yes, and that's important, because I think it's the local communities should be deciding if they come into their community. I think, especially as a conservative, believing in as little.
Of course,
that's what we want.
Yeah.
But the power is an incredibly important decision. And I think that the right answer is we want to make sure that the data centers pay their own way. This gets very politicized, and frankly, on both sides of the aisle. This is a relatively nonpartisan issue. You see pro and anti-data center on both sides of the aisle. And so the question for me is making sure, are we doing it responsibly? If they come, are we doing it responsibly, making sure they pay their own way? And you'll hear a lot of legislators talking about protecting the ratepayers with these Senate bills and House bills. And what I'd like to tell people is that's only part of the discussion. That protects if a data center comes, that they pay for the electricity. If they leave, that they still covering it. That can be handled with contracts, collateral, insurance policies. But what we're not talking about as much is what if we overbuild the grid expecting data centers to come and that many don't come? That's actually a bigger problem. People like to say, I don't want data centers. That's a bigger problem, because now we're building extra power plants, grid infrastructure, and if they're not used, they're extra. Who do you think's paying for that? You are, and I am. And the Public Service Commission just made a decision last fall to add 10 gigawatts of electricity to our grid. That number might not mean a whole lot to you, but if you think about Georgia Power currently only has 16 and we're adding 10, 85% of that or so is for data center. If we are overestimating that, that's going on our bill, and there's nothing that the legislators can do about that from a Senate and House bill. I can't hold Amazon or Google responsible for what we overestimated, if they never signed a contract to come.
And the way that Tug and I understand it, because we saw the documentary Back to the Future, you can go back 4 times with that kind of energy. It is a possibility there.
Flux capacitors.
That's right, with the flux capacitors that we're going to have. Josh Tolbert running for a Public Service Commission right here on the Morning Extra. Let me ask you more of a personal issue, because that many kids, that young, how are you and your wife handling this? Because as you talked about, this has been a process, and this has feel like it's been going on for quite a bit. Personally, I mean, how do you manage all of the stops of places you have to go make, but then also being dad at home as well?
I have the most amazing wife in the world, and so we always start there.
Smart man.
Yeah.
Good call.
Yeah. And I'm so, like, last night for the first time, I had usually, you have conflicts and events, and you have to pick one to go to, and we had a conflict, and I asked my wife, I said, would you go and speak on my behalf? And it's her first time doing it. And she went last night.
Did it?
She did it. She was nervous, but she did it. She did a great job. But I will tell you, when I asked her if she wanted to go, she said, you mean I can go tonight and not take the kids? She jumped all over it. She's ready to go.
You're going to be babysitting.
Might as well be like a girl's night. Like you stay home with the vibe.
Ladies, I've only got to talk 10 minutes. Then we go out and get drinks and hang out and have fun. It'd be great.
Yeah, chips and salsa after this. I only have to talk for 10 minutes.
Josh, I'm not convinced that if my wife were asked to go to speak on my behalf in front of a room like that if I were on death row, she would do it. I'm not convinced of it. She's terrified of just that situation. So, wow.
Yeah.
The fact that your wife was willing, capable, and did it is amazing. I'm telling you, I would be setting up my final meal.
Yeah. Now, I don't know if she might have, torpedoed the campaign. I'm not really sure.
You don't know. No, that's great.
Yeah, but she did great.
No,
and I'm glad that.
Sure.
So, answering that, I mean, truthfully, really, having an amazing wife, we both, fortunately, she's an engineer as well. We both run our own small businesses.
Low expectation household.
Right, exactly.
What do you mean you are struggling in math?
It's unacceptable.
And so, luckily, the fact that we have run our own business, it gives us the flexibility.
Sure.
So, like things during the day that I can do that normally, I mean, if you have a regular just 9 to 5 that you have no flexibility in the timing, it would be even more difficult. Look, it's still difficult. And the people that do it and they have the regular 9 to 5 that they can't get out of, I don't know how they're doing it. So, because we're trying to do is I'm going to stuff at lunchtime and traveling all around the state, and it is tough. It's tough, but it's been fun. It's been fun. It really has.
All right, I'll take your word for it. As we wrap up here on the Morning Extra, just pitch yourself. Listeners right now probably have not made the decision on the Public Safety Service Commission, unfortunately. So tell them why they should vote for you as we wrap up.
Why they should vote for me is because the Public Service Commission is making choices about what type of power plant to build, when to build it, what features it should have, what the cost should be. These are like very technical choices. How do we make these choices without a technical background? I'm also a small business owner in a technical environment, so I understand how you make technical decisions and how they have economic outcomes. It's this combination of expertise the Public Service Commission needs and doesn't have. As a licensed professional engineer, I've designed power plants in coal, natural gas, biomass, geothermal, nuclear, all of these. I understand the advantages and disadvantages. This job is technical, and it's time we send an engineer to do it.
But I don't know how you don't go out and pull the lever for Josh Tolbert, Public Service Commissioner for District 5. Early voting ends today, and then if you can't make it out today, you have to make it out on Tuesday.
Amen.
That's something it's just unacceptable not to do.
We'll give you a demerit.
Well, absolutely. You will not get a gold star for the day if you don't go out and do it.
And you will not get one of these yard signs.
That's right.
We're running for
by
mornings.
the way, could we get an endorsement?
Oh, yeah. So I've run all the calculations, done all the analysis. Tug and Los is the way to go in the morning show.
Thank you. There's another great endorsement that we have.
We've gotten 2 or 3 from folks coming in, and now Josh Tolbert joins that list.
I feel strong for our position.
I do too, man. I got going into the weekend, man. I feel like I got wind in my sails.
Pretty good.
You like what the polls are at?
Yeah,
okay.
like where we're at right now.
Exactly right. Mornings ain't going to know what to do when we come in and hit them.
It's a poll of 1. His office is right over there.
Exactly right. And we're trying to get a Tug and Los Mornings yard sign in his yard. I just want a picture of that.
Just our company owner winter.
Yeah, just have a picture of
he
it in his
pulls
yard.
up and he's like, "Look at these jokers."
Yeah, and he just takes
it
it
in my yard.
He takes it up and just throws it. I can't believe they wasted my money on this. Josh, we wish you nothing but success, man. Thank you so much for taking the time to come in.
Guys, I really appreciate you having me. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Josh Tolbert. Make sure you go out and pull the lever. Says the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. When we come back, can the do-nothing Republicans get the SAVE Act across the finish line? We'll talk about the things that are going on in Iran, too, and how they might just work together next on Extra.
The Morning Extra, Neil Bortz, and The Kimmer Show are all online for you anytime at thepodcastpark.com. Plus all of Extra's exclusive podcasts like Ben Burnett, Janelle King, and so much more. All at thepodcastpark.com. Presented by Associated Credit Union.
For a lot of drivers, the question isn't, should I buy a Toyota? It's, where should I buy it? Because the dealership matters long after the paperwork is signed. My good friends at Marietta Toyota, well, they've built their reputation the right way. Trust, consistency, and of course, most importantly, taking care of the neighbors and customers for over 50 years, proudly serving the Marietta area since 1975. You get real selection, straightforward answers, and a team that respects your time. Here's the difference most dealerships don't include. Every new Toyota comes with our nationwide lifetime powertrain warranty. That's valid for unlimited time and unlimited mileage for as long as you own your Toyota. That's long-term confidence backed by Toyota quality and supported by a full team here after the sale with service and genuine Toyota parts on Cobb Parkway South. It's time for you to visit Marietta Toyota on Cobb Parkway South, about 3 miles north of Truist Park. Marietta Toyota. We've been here and we'll be here for you.
Nationwide lifetime powertrain warranty included with every new Toyota purchase. See dealer for coverage details, exclusions, and requirements.
Stovall & Company is a locally owned and operated family business that has been around for 75 years, offering quality wholesale landscape supplies to North Georgia. We just opened our 11th location in Canton, Georgia at 9500 Union Hill. Stovall provides contractors with personalized expert service from special requests to direct job site delivery for hassle-free jobs and quality relationships at competitive prices. From plants to irrigation to hardscapes, Stovall truly has it all. Check us out at StovallInc.com.
What a season. The boys are giving us plenty to celebrate, but if you've celebrated a little too hard after a win and ended up in jail, you need A Second Chance bail bonds. We handle bonds from the stadium to the city, and in most cases, we can have you or your loved one out in a matter of hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT. That's 404-BAIL-OUT. Or online at atlbail.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
If you like Brian Kemp, you're going to love Rick Jackson.
Rick Jackson's been a good supporter of mine. He's got a great story, and I've kind of felt like for really 2 years now that race is right for a political outsider, especially somebody that could self-fund.
Rick Jackson, a conservative outsider who will make Georgia proud, just like Brian Kemp.
I'm Rick Jackson. Brian Kemp wins big for Georgia. Record jobs, teacher pay raises, and when Hollywood liberals tried to boycott Georgia, Kemp never backed down.
The conservative outsider, just like Kemp.
As governor, I'll slash property taxes and lead America in job creation. I'm Rick Jackson. Like Governor Kemp, I'll fight for Georgia and win big because that's what I've done my whole life.
Rick Jackson's been a good supporter of mine. He's got a great story.
Rick Jackson for Georgia. Paid for by Jackson for Governor Inc.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your Georgia headlines. In Atlanta, 2 out-of-state activists, Katie Cloth of Colorado and Tyler Norman of Wisconsin, now face federal arson charges. A grand jury said they used fire and explosives to damage construction equipment at the Atlanta Public Safety Training Center, trying to intimidate workers. Prosecutors say violent protests will not be tolerated. A man in Rockdale County narrowly escaped death when his Range Rover caught fire on I-20. Gabe Lustman says flames suddenly erupted with no warning. He jumped through the blaze just before the SUV exploded in a massive fireball. A truck driver in Atlanta who was trapped under his rig after a terrifying crash is sharing his remarkable recovery. Paris Thompson said 2 brave bystanders rushed in, jacked up the truck, and pulled him to safety just in time. Now, back on the road to recovery, he's thanking the everyday heroes who saved his life. Today's weather, expect a hot and humid day near 93. Mostly sunny skies with a stray afternoon thunderstorm possible. Tonight, partly cloudy, lows around 74. Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 1063. It's been a really good day with, and it was so funny. Josh Tolbert, which had in running for Public Service Commission, he said, thanks for getting the warm-up act out there. I needed the opener.
Yeah, I needed the governor to come through.
That's right.
Running for governor, Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones.
Yeah.
So we bring in the hammer.
That's right. It's so good. That was such a funny thing to say. And what a terrific guy. And I hope you'll get out and vote for Josh either today or Tuesday.
See, now I have to come up with things that would make his head spin. Because, like, had he started breaking down, like, chemical plants, you and I would both be like, oh, no.
Yeah, but buddy,
But he's such a smart dude that, like, maybe my go-to of, like, talking about NFL salary caps and collective bargaining agreements.
He'd probably
be like, yeah, no, it totally makes sense.
It would make sense to him.
It's just accounting. I'd be like, dang it.
Yeah, no, but for me, dude, I struggle with decimals and fractions. So I have a hard time breaking all that down. Los is able to take those difficult things and even help somebody like me understand it. And so I bet Josh will be able to do that.
I've only got a handful of real wizard specialties, and that's supposed to be one of them. But when I run into somebody who knows as much, I'm like, oh, no.
Yeah, what do I do now?
What do I do now?
I'll break out jokes about Back to the Future. What do you think?
It's like people that work out a lot, but then they're around somebody who benches just as much weight. Suddenly they're like,
That's right. They take down their camera as they film themselves.
Exactly.
Like,
let me put this down over here.
That's right. Well, it's because I told...
Start talking like Popeye.
Just not words, just guttural sound. Oh, dude, it hurts. It burns so bad I can't even speak. No, seriously, yesterday I was telling my son that I went and worked out, and he was like, yeah, that's great. Did you do some bench press? And I was like, well, no, I didn't. And I went through the same, the exercises I did, and he told me, he was like, I was in there, and he told me he bench pressed his max. And I was like, well, dude, that's awesome. Because he's spending the summer just trying to get in better shape, heal up. That way, when he goes back to Augusta to play ball, that he'll be, right where he needs to be. And I said, dude, maxing out, bench press. I was like, did you have a spotter? Dude, you would have thought I called his mother a dirty name.
Oh, no.
He was like, a spotter? No, I didn't have a spotter. I don't need a spot. Like, he took offense.
What kind of V are you? What do you mean?
No kidding, dude. He was insulted that I said. I was like, I thought that's what you're supposed to do. Apparently, it is not. So, to your point about working out, man, that's the way I was. I was back to guttural sounds.
I was feeling like I was the strong one in the relationship until you actually sat down and did your thing.
And then it turns out, no, I wasn't. Donald Trump canceled the strikes on Iran, saying that they've agreed on the final points of a peace deal, which is good. Time and the place of the signing going to be announced. Navy blockade will remain in effect. The one thing I understand, usually I get and I understand the naval stuff, just having spent several years in the Navy, and I know how successful the naval blockade has been, and I know what the capabilities are there. So now to see we've dialed back on the strikes, we've proven, hey, we will strike you again. We will take out the oil infrastructure or even seize it. And that was a threat that Donald Trump had made. We will seize Carg Island, and that will put you completely out of business, and there's not a way to turn back.
As he pointed out in the Oval Office, he let the cat out of the bag, and it was all by design. This is not his first rodeo when it comes to negotiations. Just flat out, we've been stealing your oil.
What a slap in the... It's like Bugs Bunny taking off the little white glove and just slapping you right in the face.
I mean, I hate to liken it to this, but I think it had the same effect. Some dude comes up to your door and it's like, I've been sleeping with your wife.
Oh.
Well, since when? For like a year.
Yeah, and you had no idea, and I'm letting you know now.
And I'm letting you know.
Dude. That's
awful. The humiliation factor, I believe, when it came to Iran, because remember they started talking like Popeye. To me, I think the response was the more so than the bombs. I think the fact that we've been stealing from them, taking from them, the fact that we've been taking their oil and they can't do anything about it was, I think, the last straw. If this deal is really getting done in the way that they're portraying it as, I think that was the moment of checkmate. I don't have to hit you with any more bombs. Like, I can if you want. You want some more bombs? But the only thing they respond to is power, and the ultimate power was, we've been taking your oil and you don't even know.
And you haven't had access to it.
You keep leaving the house. I hook up with your wife afterwards.
You have no access to your own oil. You can't sell it on the open market. We've been taking it and doing it behind your back.
And now we're telling you because you can't do anything about it.
Right. What are you going to do? Talking about an insult, talking about a gut punch. Now, we are still dealing with fanatics, right? That at least in part want to see the demise of civilization.
I don't want to downplay that, because I think that what we have had to do is we've had to kill enough of them to where you get down to the sane ones. And at least what Trump is saying now is that the ones that are in charge, or at least the ones that are negotiating now, are not as fanatical as the previous ones that have been unalived.
Unalived, yes. Look, and I hope it's true. And it's not that I don't believe the president. I don't believe them. They've given me no reason.
They've given you no reason
and they attack their neighbors, which is the most bizarre of all the things to do. They've attacked their neighbors in the UAE and Kuwait and Saudi Arabia, all over the place. They're attacking their own neighbors, which is pushing their neighbors closer to the United States. They're pushing their neighbors closer to Israel, the great Satan. And
Yes.
and then the greater Satan, I guess, in the United States would be that.
We're both the great Satans.
Yeah, but you've taken people that do not agree with the United States in many ways, and certainly have at least historically, never agreed with the Israelis, and all of a sudden you're putting them in a position to, I'm not saying be allies, but at least be friendly.
I want to take a look at the price per barrel, because that has been falling with where the numbers have been at. We're under $90 now. So
the market's going to respond well.
The market is quickly responding. The gas prices are coming down quickly, and I do believe that if this thing is truly over with in a way that accomplishes all the goals and gets everybody home in a safe manner, that's the ultimate goal. But if this thing is really over with, I think you now get to turn your attention in terms of Trump putting pressure on the Senate to get the SAVE Act passed. Already been through the House. John Thune does not allow it to come up for a vote, although he's discussed, we might be able to do it through reconciliation, but again, doesn't come up. I think this allows Donald Trump to say, in order not just to have a roaring economy, but to secure our elections moving forward with, by the way, California is a great backdrop of what happens.
Yeah, when you don't.
When you don't
focus, yep.
This needs to happen. And I think that's going to be if everything goes down in Iran the way they're talking about it, if it's real,
fingers crossed,
then that is the wind in the sails that gets the SAVE Act done, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Along to go with the backdrop of California.
I'm so sick and tired of do-nothing Republicans. The Republicans that love being in second place, they love being the minority party because they can just complain and fundraise. And I think they're really good at both of those. I've not been shown that.
Meanwhile, they're having drinks afterwards.
Patting each other on the back is it's exactly what you think. It's as crooked as a dog's hind leg. It's terrible. However, if this were to, and I know people are saying I've seen this movie before, and you may be right, but it doesn't hurt to be hopeful. I want to be glass half full. I want this to work. I want to see these because if this is real, if this were to work out. You talk about the prices that you gave just now, which are already better.
$85 now.
They will drop exponentially.
It continues to fall right now.
And that will win the midterms. I think that alone.
If we were to see gasoline right back to $2.88, $2.55, right around in that range, with an economy that is adding, in some cases, triple the projected number of jobs, and again, not healthcare jobs, not government jobs.
Actual jobs, yeah.
Actual jobs.
Real people jobs.
That is a big key to the success, because as of now, because of getting rid of the racial gerrymandering and what we're seeing throughout the South, which, by the way, we're having our own meeting here to have this discussion for 2028, not for 2026, but for 2028. We're in a scenario where you only have to defend what looks like 4 out of 18 seats.
That's a win. That's a win waiting to happen, especially if the prices drop on gas, because that's really the only thing the Democrats have. What else do they have?
Oh, when you get a tick up in inflation, they're like, oh my God. It was like, wait a minute. I lived through 9% and 11%.
You got no room to talk.
Not really too concerned about the small tick.
No, that's exactly right. But the thing that people see on a daily basis as they drive by gas stations, and they're everywhere, that's the one thing that they can crow about. He said he was going to give you cheaper gas prices. Now, you can argue back and say he did. After Joe Biden's disaster, he did. This war has made them tick up. Is it worth it? In my opinion, yes. I'm not saying everybody should or will agree with me, but I believe this war is a noble cause. I believe it's a just cause. I believe it's the right thing to do. But if it is coming to an end and those prices go, they don't even have the everyday sign, because their signs when it goes down to $2 or whatever, $2.50, the signs that say vote Democrat will go away.
Did you ever have a scenario where your dad got the belt out?
Oh my God, did I ever? About every day. What you talking about?
Well, I know.
Daddy have to.
Because I just remember that happened.
Especially on report card day.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
Tug.
Right. Yeah, I know.
I remember it happening twice.
That's it?
Yeah.
Are you lying?
No. I told you my problem was my conduct grades, not my grades.
Is it talking too much?
Yeah. But at some point, my parents were like, oh, he's not a bad kid, and that's what he's doing. But so the 2 times that I really remember.
2 times.
I needed those. The first one was to let you know. The second one was a reminder of what can happen.
That's right.
You had to bloody up the Iranians.
Oh, you talking about with the current strikes or the recent strikes?
Well, no,
or all of it.
All of it.
Yeah.
So to let them know, listen, we'll come take your lunch money.
And your oil.
We'll come take your oil. We'll come take your industry. We'll dance with your dates.
Yeah.
If you keep acting up, none of your missile defense systems, they weren't
garbage. They were garbage.
None of it. We control everything in your country. Do you want to do this again? But you don't learn until you get hit with the belt at least one time. And then it's the threat of the belt from there on out. Look at Donald Trump as your international foreign relations daddy.
I don't know how I didn't learn the lesson.
I know, and you said like every day. I was like, oh, Lord, Tug.
It was probably I was probably exaggerating a little bit every day, but I mean, it was not 2 times. I promise you that.
Would he keep the cigarette lid on the end of his mouth?
And you could hear it coming out of the coming out
of the belt loops.
I'm telling you, and
like it was some devil.
Yes,
absolutely. Some devil roller coaster that was ticking upward.
Dude, absolutely.
Oh no, Daddy's almost through with the belt loops.
I remember there was a day that I knew it was coming. And so I went into my bedroom, and it was when baggy pants were a thing. Dude, I put on, 2 or 3 pairs of underwear. I put sweatpants under my baggy pants. I didn't get caught either. And I made the biggest, when I was getting when the punishment was being delivered, I played the game. And as soon as it was over and he left, I was like, ah! Dude, I thought I was the smartest guy ever.
Were you doing your dance?
Yes.
I'm dancing. Here I am. I'm dancing. I got away with it.
It was the only time it ever worked. But that one time, that's like the shining moment. I feel like that's the gold star story of the day right there. I was so proud.
What a victory.
It was small victory, but a victory nonetheless. Morning Extra and Extra 106.3 when we come back. The signature match only matters if they want to purge your vote. Next on Extra 106.3, and then I got a piece of audio I want to play for you because we had a terrifying sound down the holler behind the house last night. And I want to see if you can help me figure out what it was. I think I have a pretty good idea. We did an AI, like a Chat GPT. We recorded it and run it through there. It gave us the answer, but I want to see if you think the answer is correct. That's coming up next as we wrap up the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3.
Extra 106.3 Sports, powered by 680 The Fan.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Friday, June 12th. The Atlanta Braves had the final game of their series with the Chicago White Sox rained out last night. A makeup date has been scheduled for August 20th. The team now moves on to New York for a series with the Mets. It'll be Spencer Strider on the mound. He'll be opposed by Nolan McLean. First pitch is set for 7:15 tonight. You can hear all the game action on our sister station, 680 The Fan, and for free on the Fan app. The World Cup for the U.S. men's national team begins tonight from SoFi Stadium in California as they take on Paraguay to open up group play. That match kicks off at 9 o'clock. The Carolina Hurricanes are now one game away from winning the Stanley Cup Finals. They beat the Vegas Golden Knights 4-2 last night. Game 6 is set for Sunday night. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Hello, summer, and hello, Braves baseball. Mark your calendars for summer plans as the Giants come to Truist Park, June 16th through the 18th. Get your hands on back-to-back giveaways with the Ronald Acuna Jr. bobblehead presented by Delta Airlines on June 16th, and the Braves soccer jersey presented by SeatGeek on the 17th. And there's 2 brand new ticket packages featuring SpongeBob and Toy Story. Both ticket packages include a game ticket and either a Braves SpongeBob jersey shirt or a Braves Toy Story t-shirt. Then the Brewers roll into town June 19th through the 21st. The weekend series is packed with everyone's favorites like Friday Night Fireworks presented by Georgia Lottery, Saturday's pregame block party, and a kids LED light giveaway for the first 3,000 kids on Sunday the 21st. Check out all of the fun and purchase your tickets at Braves.com/promos. Atlanta Braves baseball. We are Braves country.
Babe, can you knock out my honey-do list today?
Oh, I know. I told you I'd get to it this weekend.
Hi, I'm Chris Lalomia, owner of the Trusted Toolbox. I can't fix your marriage, but I can fix your house. With our handyman for a day service, we'll handle those drywall patches, that door that won't latch, the leaky faucet, and the wood rot all around your house. The whole punch list, done fast, done right. You keep your weekend, she gets the house done. Everybody wins. Book your handyman for a day at thetrustedtoolbox.com. One call, one handyman, one day, the Trusted Toolbox.
Did you know you can add renewing your driver's license or ID card to your grocery list? The Georgia Department of Driver Services now offers self-service kiosks at select Kroger and Publix locations. From renewing or replacing to updating your address, the kiosks will issue a temporary paper license, and you'll receive a permanent card in the mail. Skip the line and save time by adding your driver's license renewal to your grocery list today. You'll even get a $5 discount on your order. Visit dds.georgia.gov to learn more. Sponsored by the Georgia Department of Driver Services.
I'm so sick of all these cheesy lawyer billboards. You might be too. If you're injured in a car crash, you don't hire a lawyer because they're sweet or strong or the biggest. You hire a lawyer who's recognized by their peers as one of the top lawyers in the state. You hire a lawyer who's going to listen to you, fight for you, and has the case results to prove it. That lawyer is me, Bruce Hagen, the People's Lawyer. I've been proudly selected by my fellow lawyers as one of the top 100 lawyers in the state and for 21 consecutive years as Georgia's super lawyer. Hagen-law.com, Hagen-law.com.
This is Tom, the Honest Car Guy, and I'm here with Ron. And I'll let Ron tell you a little bit about his experience with us, and not only that, but the differences between a new car dealership and the Honest Car Guy, because there is a difference, with no doc fees and no addendums. It's kind of straightforward. They get to see what we pay for the car, and that's not something you get at a dealership.
Usually we're back and forth, and then you get like 1,400 pages of paper. And in this case, we did it all online. I mean, it was like, okay, I don't mind doing paperwork once I know that this is the deal.
And you got to see the financing, the numbers up
see all of it
before you even bought it. You can make that call, and within hours, we can find you the car you want from your home. I mean, I had a customer call me up and say, hey, I bought a car in my pajamas.
If I'd have had some, I'd have been wearing them.
Friends, if you're in the market for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, get an honest car buy from the Honest Car Guy. You pay what we pay, plus an honest fee, and we back that up by giving you the bill of sale. That's our transparency guarantee. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME-1, or visit honestcarguy.com.
And now, Deep Thoughts with Neil Bortz.
Why is the letter W in English called double U? Shouldn't it be called double V?
An Extra 106.3 AI exclusive.
So it's my fault and I can't help
Snap
it.
out of it.
I know. All right, fine. Share.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3. About to bring this ship in for a landing. Thank you so much for being a part today. I tell you, it means the world to us that y'all take the time to spend with us and y'all listen to the points of view that we have and agree or disagree. And I know that there's people on both sides. But the fact that you're here, we're grateful, and I hope we continue to be able to deliver such quality content with Josh Tolbert, the Public Service Commissioner, a guy that's asking you for your vote, and you may not even know why. You never know what he does, and hopefully we explain that. Giving you both sides of the gubernatorial runoff with Rick Jackson, in for an hour, Burt Jones, in for about 45 minutes. Hopefully that's been given you the ability to be able to choose wisely the person you think that will lead the state of Georgia for the next 4 years and do the work that you think needs to be done, the work that's the most important. Los, if nothing else, I hope we've provided that service.
We have now kind of going through the amount of time. We have spent almost 2 hours with both gubernatorial candidates. We've spent an hour with potential lieutenant governors. You kind of go through all the numbers. You're like, that is a lot of airtime. And I hope that we've done our part, especially when it comes to you being able to go back to YouTube and see these interviews and how they kind of circulate around the Georgia press corps, to be able to say, okay, I got the answer I was looking for on that particular question, or, hey, I'd like to hear him explain that a little bit more. One way or another, hopefully we asked the question that you were looking into.
And the other thing is, if we did ask that question and they didn't give you the answer that you were looking for.
That works too.
Absolutely. Whether they skirted around it, didn't answer it, avoided it, whatever, that tells you everything you need to know. If you heard that, if that's what you heard, and I don't remember that being the case, but I'm sure it happened at some point. There's been hours and hours and hours. I mean, we've been doing this.
We've been at this for quite a while with this. As much as when we were just talking with Josh Tolbert about how he's looking forward to kind of taking a breath after Tuesday, like, I get it. Because we will get a little bit of, all right, Wednesday, here's the results, here's where things are going. And then I think it's just because it's a different age. I don't think there's a lull period.
There's not.
I think it's right into the sprint into November.
Without a doubt. That is exactly right. There is not a time to take a breath, which is tough. It's tough for the people that are running for office that they have to switch. A long time ago, there was probably, I bet there was a week, I bet the rest of the week after the runoff, they were like, okay, we can lay low. You can't do that in 2026. Social media won't allow you to do that.
No, this information age moves way too fast. You have to jump immediately into, now I have an opponent on the other side, and let's face it, the gloves start to come off at that point. A lot of these, especially with some of the Republican side Georgia stuff, a lot of these people are colleagues. It's like they won't talk horribly about the other person. They'll just point out why they're different. It works differently when suddenly it's that Democrat.
Yeah. When you get to the person that is completely different than you, completely different ideas. So, if you take the governor's race, whomever comes out and whoever comes out, let's just say this, whoever comes out on Tuesday, then immediately goes to, she let the city burn down.
I was just thinking about that. It's funny that you mention it that way, because I was thinking, if I was whoever comes out and they then start their ad campaign, one of the things I would do, because Spencer Pratt has showed the way, some AI, some comedy, some way of getting people to talk about you. One of the things I would launch would be Keisha's March to the Sea.
That's right. Absolutely like German.
Yeah.
Exactly right, man. Maybe somebody needs to hire you.
Well, I feel like I do well at this stuff.
You and that know-it-all mom.
Oh, yeah. Stephanie's trying to egg up for it, too. I'm like, Stephanie. But her educational background is in this, though.
Yeah, no, it's
like,
good.
she studied this in college. Me, I'm just natural.
Just gifted, that's all.
Natural feel for all of this.
I don't know what you want from me.
I didn't have to study nothing.
Yeah. Now, if we're looking at signature verifications, that's something you probably should take a glance at. Something you should probably, take serious. In California, it's the exact opposite. It's the only the people like you, the people actual vote. Those are the only voters that they want to purge.
Such comedy. So as of yesterday, the word was out that there were 10,000 Spencer Pratt votes that have been removed. And why has that happened? Well, they failed signature verification, which interestingly enough, Gavin Newsom has been working to make sure that that's not even done in the state of California. So what it really comes down to, and it's no surprise here, we'll use it against you, but we don't want it to ever be applied to us. And that is why, if there's ever going to be getting the SAVE Act, out of being dead on arrival, California has single-handedly done what I believe is going to be needed to make people go, wow, they really cheat that hard? Yeah, they do.
I mean, all you have to do is look at California. Does anybody believe California is on the up and up? Anybody. And I mean on the Democrat side. There's not a soul on the Democrat side that believes that California's voting is on the up and up. Now, they might not admit it. That's something totally different. But they know. They know.
Here it is. You're receiving rejection letters from the Los Angeles County clerks. It not counted your vote due to signature irregularities. And as I noted before, but Governor Gavin Newsom just passed legislation that would make it illegal for anyone to conduct this sort of oversight.
So we're going to use it against you, but yeah, we don't want it used against us as you laid out. And they're doing it right there, using it against the people that voted for Spencer Pratt. And look, if they're fraudulent, they need to be tossed. I'm good with that. But let's do it everywhere. Like all those homeless people that you paid, that we know now that you paid.
Drew Shamu on there, and that's his signature. That counted.
Yeah. Let's do it to those too.
Shamu was a giant whale from back in the day.
Yeah, in case you missed
SeaWorld
and Blackfish.
Yeah. Well, that was Free Willy, right?
Oh, yeah. I
With
think
that
so.
one too?
Yeah.
And Blackfish.
Yeah. But that's the thing. Let's do it everywhere. If you're gonna do it, let's. I think most people want fairness, and if those are fraudulent, kick them out. But let's find all the fraudulence, and I wonder what the numbers will look like when you do that.
How about we just don't have mail-in ballots?
Or that seems like a good way of going.
How about we make sure that mail-in ballots are only allowed for a small percentage, a little percentage of people?
Like maybe people sitting in the middle of an ocean or in a war zone somewhere.
Maybe. Seems like that would be a decent one. Or you've contracted some sort of illness or injury and you can't leave your home.
You got Ebola.
Okay.
Now, you're bleeding from your eyes. You can't leave the house. Maybe you get to wipe all the blood away from the ballot.
There was a time when me and a former coworker would play a particular song whenever anything would come up about illness. We did a lot during COVID. And it was a song that was made in somewhere in Africa. And it would go like, Ebola, don't touch your friends.
Yeah, right, absolutely. Dude, I saw a gross story. These people, their friend died of Ebola, and they didn't believe them, so they went to the morgue to get him, I guess to do another autopsy on him, whatever.
Don't touch him.
They all did.
Yep.
Guess what happened?
Yep.
Wiped them all out.
Yeah, it's mortality rate's like 70-75% with
it ain't
bad
good.
cases.
It ain't good.
We got to get to your audio too.
Yes, absolutely. Last night we're standing on the back deck, and we hear a sound that was almost wicked. It almost sounds like something out of a horror movie. I want you to see if you can figure out what it is. We did a Chat GPT test. It gave us an answer, but I want to know if you think this is right. Listen. You hear that in the background? That
little bit. Yeah.
One more time. It's low because it's just off the back deck. Now that you know it's there,
it's like a saw.
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought it was. I didn't think it was right. I thought, and then I was like, well, is it a bird? What is it? ChatGPT said it was a possum defending its territory, and they said it might. If you hear that and it's loud, it might be in your attic. And I got scared because we've had squirrels in our attic before, and it was bad. So I was outside searching, figured out that it was down the holler up in the trees. But dude, I didn't know what in the world it was. And with ChatGPT, even off that little bitty clip right there, said it was a possum.
That is the great defender of the Cowart campus.
That's right, absolutely. You got to keep them ticks away.
That's right. How do you avoid the Lone Star tick out in the wilderness?
Possums.
Well,
even if they're defending, and chickens. Even if they're defending their territory.
Yes.
Even
if it's an especially angry possum.
Yeah, and
but that's fine.
He was hollering. We stood out there for, I bet, a good 20 minutes trying to figure it out. Just because it was so repetitive and it happened over and over and over and over again.
Wonder what it was defending from.
I assume another possum.
Maybe another possum.
I guess
trying to come into their territory.
But dude, it was that loud screech that you heard. I mean, obviously the crickets and all the nature overran it a little bit, but we stood out there forever.
Can't hide money. He's got a holler.
Yeah, well, no, that's where poor people live, is off the holler. But
Tug just keeps it as a reminder.
Yeah, that's right.
What he's gotten away from.
Of my home sweet far away. That's going to do it for us. Becca's up next. Then Clay and Buck, biggest show in all of conservative media. And then the Kimber Show. Vote for Flounder, by the way. I saw there's some vote for.
Don't you cause problems?
No, I just saw the sign. That's all. I was just reading the sign. I wasn't saying you should. I was just merely reading the sign. That's all. This is Extra 1063 for Jeff. Thank you so much for being here in a pinch and in front office Los. I'm Tug. Y'all come back now. You hear?
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 1063. With daily commentary you'll hear throughout the day. And he's on live with the Morning Extra every Tuesday morning at 7:30. Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 1063. And catch all of Neil's commentary on the Extra app.
Hey, this is John Flading. I'm the president and owner of ATL Turf Co. We are a family-owned, operated, independent local company. We have over 15 years of artificial grass design, installation, and sales experience. From premium artificial lawns and backyards, custom putting greens, sports fields, hardscape, drainage. We do both residential and commercial. If you can dream it, we can build it. Just go to atlturfco.com to schedule an appointment.
Atlanta, it's Mark from the Safe House. The legacy of Joe Biden lives. His open border policy let millions of illegal criminals stream into our country. We continue to have customers visit the showroom and report that they have been victims of break-ins and lost their hard-earned and irreplaceable items. So don't be a victim. Drive by the Safe House showroom and see what real security looks like. Picture yourself placing your valuables in a Fort Knox safe. Now that's real protection for your priceless valuables. Drop by the showroom or go to AtlantaSafeHouse.com.
You have moments in your life that really make a difference.
Rick Jackson, a Christian story.
So as a child, my mother worked at night, so I ate by myself a lot, unless she was drunk. So I go in this foster home. They had 5 children. It was the loudest place I've ever been in my life. So anyway, we're at the dinner table, and then all of a sudden they quietened down, they held hands, and they prayed. As soon as I saw that, I said, that's what I want when I grow up.
Rick Jackson, a Christian story.
You see, going to church is one kind of Christianity, but when you sit in the home, it's a totally different environment. And that really made a huge impression on me.
Rick Jackson for Georgia. Early voting is now open. The runoff election is Tuesday, June 16th. Paid for by Jackson for Governor, Inc.
This is WFOM and W292EV Marietta on Dickey Broadcasting Station. Locally owned and heard throughout Georgia on the Extra app.
They are very dishonorable people to deal with. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. President Trump just posted that about Iran on Truth Social, writing the terms Iran leaked out have nothing to do with the terms they were agreed to in writing. As Iran state media reports, it's false. The deal could be signed Sunday, the day after the president said
they have agreed never to have a nuclear weapon, something that we insisted on. That was the whole purpose. That was 95% of it.
Fox's Alexandria Hoff is at the White House.
Axios reporting the deal would provide sanctions relief linked to compliance and would keep the Strait of Hormuz open and toll-free. But Iranian state media is now reporting that any terms involving the strait will be resolved as a regional matter jointly decided between Tehran and Oman. President Trump has consistently said Oman will not be involved in this. So clearly there is still some sorting out in these final terms. Through all of this, though, the military reality remains. U.S. forces shot down 2 Iranian attack drones that U.S. officials say were trying to attack vessels, commercial vessels in the Strait of Hormuz.
There's a lot of tornado damage in parts of Indiana and Illinois. Where this man was hurt in Streator, police rescued him from the rubble of his home that came down on top of his family.
Oh, my God. Are you okay?
I think I got a broken leg.
You got a broken leg?
I think so.
Oh.